Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start recording here. Tengu Conjurer of Chei. The goal is to duplicate Elliptic's big long 40, I think it's 43 streak. And I can talk a big game about that, but we're only on the first game, so I better not count my chickens before they hatch, right? Got a pretty good character going here. Massive spell power on account of Chei. Kind of need to take a little walk through the character and see exactly what I was doing. It looks like I have SLS. I have blade hands. Oh, right. I was going to go for the old transmuter Chei. No stat form. No dragon form. Looks like we're wearing Swamp Dragon scales. Thank you, Risque Rhino. I'm unsure why the audio is not playing. Yeah, it's weird. The audio doesn't want to play if I have the... It's kind of strange because if I... It seems like if I have the window maximized... Let me resend the alert and then maximize this. Yeah. I don't know, it's just inconsistent. No, that wasn't a Streamlabs test. That was a real person. Huh. I don't know. I don't know if I should blame Muxy for this or if I should blame my MacBook. I'll figure it out. We're still in early days, my friends. Hey, Risque Rhino, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Also, that's a cool name. And it looks like I was training air magic. Why was I doing that? Was I trying to get lightning spire, higher spell power? Why would I want that? Was I trying to get? I was trying to get deflect missiles online, I bet. %. Gotta love that. -2 apt on charms. I guess we'll take charms to like 5. I am real, not robot. Beep beep. One of the tests was really similar to your name. Yeah, I don't actually make the test names. I guess it's just like the default Muxy stuff. I've noticed that Muxy is really, really weird about the audio. Like I've had it break in various ways. Sometimes it just doesn't want to play. I don't know if I should switch to Streamlabs for that stuff or not. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll play around with it. I don't know. Maybe it's OBS. Maybe it's my Mac. It's really hard to say what the problem is. All right. We don't have any runes on this character. It looks like we did one floor of snake, and maybe I was having trouble in there or something. Or honestly, I don't remember. I've played through I think 2 different CSDC characters since I last played this character, so we'll just kind of play it by ear and see what happens. We got to be real careful though. I'm tempted to drink Brilliance just to be able to cast deflect missiles, and I think we're going to do that real fast. So D-missile is up. My snake entrance got messed up by noise. Okay. Interesting. Let me change my spells around here. I'm going to put Lightning Spire on E. Actually cast a Lightning Spire. I guess I will just Blade Hands and go wreck this dude. Oh, we're marked. Okay, let's go up. Christ, okay. What an exciting thing to happen. Also, we're less protected from missiles already. Let's go up. How painful. We'll put on D-missile again. That's not so bad. It's bad, but the fact that we're marked everything's going to head to that staircase and not this one is okay. Let me think about this. I've got MR 2 pips, and we do have... Oh, what the hell am I doing? Why was I wearing a ring of ice? Oh my god. I must have been wearing that. I think I ran into fan ore maybe and I never took it off. Was I like half asleep when I was playing this game before? What am I thinking? 1% paralyzed, pop on the scale mail. We can still cast things. What the hell am I doing in lair branches, dude? Let's do orc. Have we done orc? Oh, we've done orc. Okay, that explains things a bit. To compensate for the hotness of the character, alright. I accept that explanation. In any event, we already have, well, let's see, 13 AC, 30 EV, 14 AC, 28 EV. I guess we keep the Swamp Dragon scales on. On the other hand, I'd like to be immune to Mesmerize, so scale mail it is. We have some enchant armors. I guess I could use those on the buckler. That might be okay. Actually, you know, we're gonna pop on the cloak, get some more AC over this Scarf of Cloud Immunity, and we'll enchant that up. So that's three AC. Look at my artifacts, see if there's anything really. Nothing. I guess there's this long bow, but we're a caster. We don't need a bow. A little bit of lag on Barotato right now, unfortunately. Hey, West, how you doing, man? I am having a little trouble with this dude. You know what I think we're going to do? This sounds wacky considering our hit points, but I think we're actually going to dip into Elf real quick. No joke. Fire Elementalist. What species was that? This character's run is going in an interesting way. We're sort of a fragile Chei character, and we have no runes, and we just got marked on Shoals 2, so everything's kind of grouped up in the same spot, and apparently we had some noise issues when we entered into Snake, which is also super dangerous. Alright, unfortunately our elf is garbage as well. We have a huge pack here. And our evocations is just not good enough to enslave these things. I guess that we could do this. Okay, that's not bad. And what I could do is I could just try to keep this stuff meth clouded. Everything's confused now, very good. Blade hands now, and then we just start swinging. Little bit of noise here, unfortunately. I make a lot of noise, in fact. I'm streaking a cool guy. I'm trying to duplicate Elliptic's 43 win long streak is what I'm trying to do. So basically what's going on is I'm trying to do every single combo that he did in the exact same order that he did it. You know, just because he's considered to be one of the best streakers, you know, and he has the longest streak, I believe. and his streak was actually, it consisted of pretty difficult combos. I have a 37 streak, but it had easier combos in it. Peak autism, imitating the same combos. I guess. Well, nobody will be able to say that it's a streak that's too easy, like they do with my other one. Oh shit. That's not good. I forgot that that was going to damage the spire. Let's go up. I mean, I think I can do it. There's a certain amount of RNG involved, and probably, I probably shouldn't be doing goofy things like Chei, but this is just the first. This is just the first one, so I figured we could just do some fun stuff. Okay, as long as we can end up next to these things and not walking too much, worshipping Chei is not so bad. And like we have 116 arrows, and we're going to get even more. So as goofy as it is that we're here in Elf, you know, we can solve even the hardest problems with the power of with the power of snakes if need be. Wait, I should check. Do I have blinking? Yeah, I do. Something hits me. Alright, we'll just swing. Got him. Despite the entrance there, this has actually been relatively kind to me. I don't particularly want to be an elf, but if we can just get a little more experience, we can have D-Missile like truly online, you know. This could be a problem. Nope, we one-shot it. Animated weapons are one of the things I was really concerned about, although Slouch does a pretty good job of just wrecking them instantly if need be. And Blade Hands should let me kill them really fast. Okay, this is quite a few things. Oh, this is way too much. Do we have... Hold on, do we not have teleport? Okay, we only have one. That's a little bit risky. I think now's a good time to start slouching. Just to take out the elementalist, or the elemental. Failed to slouch. Try again, we get a slouch, we kill a few of these dudes. Probably should take invocations up to 10. Slouch again, killing all this stuff. Okay, that was worth the piety investment. Do we have regen? No, we don't. This is a little finicky what I'm doing here, but wait, why do I care about... Oh, I don't have our poise. I was going to say, why is it trying to stop me from casting? Mephitic Cloud next to myself. Come on, walk towards me. guess I can... I guess I can just use Searing Ray. There we go. Okay, a lot of damage possible, even from these little tiny guys. If I can get them MEF clouded, though, then we don't have to worry about them casting. We got D-Missile. We don't have a shield on when we have the blade hands up. So everything in here is pretty risky to just have in line of sight, you know what I mean? Considering that we cannot just walk away like we normally could. Okay, let's put a spire there and kind of walk backwards. This is a perfect place to cheese with spire. Put another one here. D-Missile kind of will save me from getting bolted to death here. Nice. Look at the spire just doing the work for me. Hey, let's possibly not let's not get marked. How about that? Drinking whiskey, playing risky here with these, you know, meffing things right next to mark traps. Cracer, hey, welcome to the stream. It's not a no-layer run. I'm just having issues in... I'm having issues in my S branches, is what's happening. And believe it or not, I think this may be the safest place for this character to be. It's a little bit spooky, I'm not gonna lie. But we have the tools to make it work. Like, I got marked on Shoals 2, so everything's really bunched up. And then Snake 1 is, I believe Idort was the one who reminded me that I guess what happened is I had a really nasty entrance. And like going to Snake on a character like this is dangerous anyway, because what you don't want to do is you really don't want to be you don't want to be hit with a Guardian Serpent, you know. Oh shit. Plus, Meph Cloud, I mean, in Elf, it's severely underestimated. Yeah, West, the Guardian Serpents send stuff around you, and on a character like this, it's super bad, because then you're constricted, you're surrounded by stuff that does damage, and you're just a little fragile Tengu, you know, so you're having serious difficulties at that point, you know what I mean? Alright, we found Lamp of Fire, that's super good. Let's enchant up this falchion. Not that we're really using it for much. Now, there are a couple big dangers in here, which would be a real bad thing if they happened. If we had gotten shafted into the Hall of Blades, that would have been terrible. Although we can slouch and kill animated weapons pretty quickly, so that's okay. Getting teleported into the Hall of Blades once I go down, that would be not so fun. And on ELF3, like we cannot safely go into ELF3 is the thing, because we will end up potentially getting teleported into the end vault, which will kill this character most likely. So why don't we go back to layer real fast? Why don't we deal with these shenanigans here? I feel like the move here is we make a lightning spire, we make like a fulminate prism, then we just open the door, we go blade hands. Can we still fulm safely? 34% fail. How about we make a conjure flame? Make another conjure flame. That one failed. And one there. Alright. Now it's just the ghost. Is the ghost tough? The ghost is just kind of melee damage. We can probably get him. We have curing. Yes, we do. Wow, West, that sounds like a, yeah, Deep Elf Fire Elementalist. A Deep Elf is also just as fragile as a Tengu, if not more so. So yeah, Snake is like shockingly dangerous for a character like that. All right, we got a manual of crossbows. I don't really see this character using a crossbow. I guess maybe. I suppose we have a decent number of bolts. It seems kind of silly to swap even with the manual. How much gold do we have? 570. You know what? We want AC. More than anything. Let's buy that. Let's drop this pro magic. Let's wear this protection. That's 4 more AC. That's huge. That's massive. We lose a little bit of mana, but like we can kill things with blade hands is the thing. Now we have 138 gold pieces. Something else I wanted to buy. If Barotato wants to stop lagging. I was looking at it just like 1 second ago and my brain exploded. Okay, it's the crossbow. Let's just see what it is. You know? Let's just pick it up. I mean, we got a manual of crossbows. We might as well take a quick look. If it's like plus 12 electrocution or something, then we'll have fun with it. Alright, it's plus 6 flame. You know, this isn't half bad, because we can blade hands as soon as we get into melee. That's honestly not terrible. Normally I would never train like 2 weapons at the same time. You know what I mean? But with the plus int. The plus int is actually a half decent reason to do this. Nice touch, yeah. And the min delay is so low. I'm honestly not sure if this would be a mistake or not to train a little bit. Probably not. Considering just because of the manual. Like it's probably a legitimate thing to do. Since this gives us a full range attack, and then we just blade hands as soon as stuff is in melee range. This will make Elf more doable, actually. Oh, shit. I did not mean to go in here. Oh, yeah, that's why I was concerned, because these gentlemen can do something like 45 damage to you, Stone Giant style. I didn't really have a good way of dealing with that. I guess I could try to disintegrate him to death, but that's 34%, that sucks. We just don't have a ranged attack that does good damage, except for Fulm Prism, which makes tons of noise. We could do this. But is this even going to be enough? I wonder. Like, can we really stop these problems just with some snicks? We have heal wounds, so I'm not super duper scared of getting just wrecked immediately. I am scared now that this fine gentleman is here. Although it's good to remember that I have demissile. We have 3 potions of resistance. Why don't we go ahead and use one? Hold the phone. Can I enslave this dude? 43%. Okay, we got him. That's perfect. He will single-handedly clean this crap out for me. We keep making snakes. We have Potion of Magic? Yes, we do. So if we have a real big issue here, we even have Ambrosia, so I can get my mana back if need be. This should be enough snakeage. I think I just wait at this point. Yeah, Flick Killer. I'm gonna try to. This is a Tinku Conjurer, which was the first thing in his streak. Although I currently have a I have like a DDFi started in on Kelby, which is the faster server for me. So I might inject that in there somewhere. Be a nice easy streak extender, I guess. Just so I don't have to deal with the lag and I can play on Kelby again. All right. We have cleared out Snake. I'm still not too happy about like trying to go through Snake, considering. Like it's still pretty dangerous. Hello. We'll Blade Hands this dude. I'll let my Spire handle him. Do you think he has a DDFi at some point in the streak? Maybe we'll just inject it right there then. Technically at that point it won't be tournament legal since I started the one game before, but it's like, it's a DDFi that's sitting in the dungeon entrance, you know? It's not exactly cheating, you know what I mean? Okay, let's grab that manual real quick. Oh, it's as early as the 5th game, huh? Alright. Maybe we'll just try to play the rest on like a Krasiak or something. Demissile down to 38%. Hell yeah. Alright. We'll take crossbows to 12. That's the min delay, right? No, 10 for a hand crossbow. Alright, so like I was saying, I'm still not so sure about being in Snake whatsoever, because how long does a run take you on average? A run, it really depends on what kind of character I'm playing. Like, I can speedrun if I want to. My world record, well, it's not a world record, but my personal best is, my PR is like 35 minutes on a DDFi. Hello, we'll Blade Hands this dude. I'll let my Spire handle him. Do you think he has a DDFi at some point in the streak? Maybe we'll just inject it right there then. Technically at that point it won't be tournament legal since I started the one game before, but it's like, it's a DDFi that's sitting in the dungeon entrance, you know? It's It's not exactly cheating. You know what I mean? Okay, let's grab that manual real quick. Oh, it's as early as the 5th game, huh? Alright. Maybe we'll just try to play the rest on like a Krasiak or something. D-missile down to 38%. Hell yeah. Alright. We'll take crossbows to 12. That's the min delay, right? No, 10 for a hand crossbow. Alright, so like I was saying, I'm still not so sure about being in Snake whatsoever. Because, how long does a run take you on average? A run, it really depends on what kind of character I'm playing. Like, I can speed run if I want to. My world record, well, it's not a world record, but my personal best is, my PR is like 35 minutes on a DDFi. But like, let's see, if I'm streaming and I'm explaining what I'm doing and I'm playing carefully and slowly, I'll give you an example. That 15 rune Ziggurat Kowal Gladiator took like 13 hours. 10 times every stream if that worked. Okay, we're confused. Let's just wait for the confused to end. We're okay. Well, maybe we're not okay. There's a freaking Javelineer. Alright, I screwed up. Let's drink Curing. Let's take a step back. A lot of damage possible here. Thankfully, I have D-missile. God, I almost want more summons. Like, we don't have any more summoning spells available. Timeless Classic Gachi base. Let's put Fulminate here. And if we're lucky, we'll get a nice fat explosion. Okay, that was okay. Let's do another one. Let's take a step. That's going to piss off my Lightning Spire, unfortunately. Prism blew up the spire, good. Now we'll go up. We've officially passed 100 hit points. The character can officially survive some things. Ah, shit. I'm not enthused by this Wind Drake, who can pop me right off this staircase. But he can't do that if he's meth clouded. This is basically a troll. Yeah, okay. We gotta get that stat form, man. That's where it's at. But we haven't found it. A very small troll. I mean, I do have talons. That's kind of like claws, right? Also, what's up, Doesn't he? Thank you for coming in. Oh man, we want Pog. What am I doing? I completely forgot what I was doing with this character. I forgot there was Pog available. Tornado available. Hell, we might end up using that. GG no Ray. How are we doing on D-missile? 36%? I feel like it was lower earlier. I'm not sure how that happened. Alright, just taking charms to 5. I'm kind of training like way too many things at the same time here, but I don't think it's so bad. We'll turn off spellcasting. We don't need more spell levels for a while, and it's just draining my experience more than it should. Probably leave invocations at 9. I just wanted Slouch to work a little more often. Merfolk Impaler. Merfolk Impaler has pretty good hit dice. This is a problem. Yeah, West, honestly, like, it's not super optimal to spread your skill levels so thin. I'm doing it this game specifically, well, because I need different kinds of spells. I should probably train them one at a time, to be honest, but I think we'll be okay. Get jabbed? We can't get jabbed, Talus. Also, welcome to the stream. There's no javelineers here, so we're safe on that relatively. Oh, there we go. There's a confuse. Nice try netting me, assholes. Dude, Meth Cloud, that's where it's at. The merfolk hits the merfolk with a +0 Spear of Pain. Get wrecked, noobs. We got a bit of a problem. We've got an incoming Aquamancer. Try to tag him with Wand of Flame. Come on, Meth Cloud, please work. We miscast it, but he misses with his Icicle. Dude, so much crap is coming. Well, that's some old bullshit. Hit with the Glaive of Venom for enormous damage. This is actually super dangerous, and I'll tell you why. These water elementals out here could engulf me, and then I'm just like #1 super fucked because I can't walk away. Usually you just walk away and you're not engulfed anymore, but I'm slow, right? From being Chei. So if I were to get engulfed here, I'd just be boned. You can't read scrolls, I don't think. You can't cast. You can't even use God abilities. You're basically silenced. Blade Hands should one-hit those water elementals. Yeah, but while I'm doing it, you know, the RNG is such that I could easily miss a bunch. It's not safe for me to stay here, and this is probably going to blow your mind if you're not a careful player, but I'm actually going to use Scroll of Blinking, one of my only two, because I just recognize that this situation could go tits up so quickly. And this is honestly my fault for hitting Auto Explore in the first place and ending up on the water like this, and staying like off the staircase. But now I'm pretty safe. Okay, he didn't want to die. We're just going to go up. That was pretty obnoxious. We did disintegrate on that little baby glaive merfolk, and he just didn't want to go down. Why haven't we learned Flame Tongue yet? You mean the highest damage spell in the game? Yeah, that would save us. Let's just shout a bit. Merfolk Siren. Nice try, dickhead. But I have a 0% chance of Siren Song. Big IQ play is to dive shoals. Alright. Yeah, I don't recommend diving shoals, cool guy, even if you do hate it, which I honestly understand. Dude, look at this sick damage we've got on these bolts. I didn't expect the hand crossbow to be so good, but not bad. I guess it's time to Blade Hands, probably. Maybe I can just Searing Ray him to death. There we go. This floor is so... like, shoals, the big problem with shoals is that it's just so wide open. You know? Not bad. Right, exactly, doesn't he, man? Like, getting marked in shoals is just so painful. We got marked on this floor, actually. Okay, this could be a lot of damage, but we've got D-missiles, so we're reasonably safe. We'll just kind of... Wow. That was pretty cool. We bounced an arrow into his face. Well, West, it's just different kind of challenges, really. Snake is probably, if I had to rate them, I'd put Snake pretty high in terms of danger in lair branches. But Shoals is statistically the least deadly S branch. Are you sure that's not Swamp? That surprises me if so. Okay, come on, don't do this to me. All right, there we go. I just wanted that guy dead so he couldn't tag me for like 60 some damage. Nobody does shoals first, so less people die in it. That's an interesting thought, that like the branch is hard, but people respect how hard it is, therefore people die in it less. Yeah, the whole magic resistance thing is it's a gear check, and it's part of the reason why I'm running around without our poise, because I want to be immune to mesmerize and stuff, because that would be so deadly for this character to deal with. A lot of range here, but we got D-missiles, so I'm not super concerned. Could go bad really fast, though. Not anymore. Satyrs can fuck you over, yeah. Well, it depends on the character. I mean, if I'm on a staircase and I really need to get out and I can't go because I'm being mesmerized, I'd be in serious trouble. Sure, you can use fire to block the line of sight, but that's not always reliable. Just started playing again. Last time I played was before 0.14. I find shoals easier now, but I still find it boring. It's a very different game, to be honest, than it was back then. Hugely, hugely different stuff. Okay. Actually got Pog getting up there. What's worse, depths or vaults 1 through 4? Definitely depths. Crazer, if you have a microphone, I do coaching. I can coach you on stream if you want. Okay, let's meth. Let's meth cloud down there. Whoa! There was a dispersal trap and I didn't see it? Holy shit, it was right there. That's so disgusting. That's real bad. Thanks, Ebering. What a cool change to the game. Really, really fair. Definitely not stupid. Okay, let's think about this, because this could be really bad because I'm depositioned. Technically, you know, we could just kind of Talus. That's because I made you play a Felid for sure, just the Felid Fire Elementalist. But how are you going to learn how to play a caster if you don't start with something super tough? Anyway, yeah, I can go Blade Hands. I can kill this super fast. I'm real concerned about taking damage from the Impaler, who also has a Trident of Pain. Lamp of Fire still inert. That sucks. This is potentially really bad. Do we just start spamming snakes? I feel like we spam slouch is the thing. Like we blade hands, and if that doesn't work, we start spamming slouch. 2 teleport, 2 fear, 1 blinking. Bunch of heal wounds at least. I could haste even and piss off Chei, but that'd be not so bad. Invis is a good move here. You know, I'm gonna preemptively invis. Oh shit. I just hit the wrong button. And then we got dispersed again. Alright. Let's not do that anymore. Let's cast let's drink invis. Let's be very careful about the buttons we're pressing. This should stop things from doing too much damage to me. Can I slouch? I think I can slouch and not damage my Spire because he doesn't move, so we'll slouch. Okay, we'll slouch again. Taking a bit of damage. Cutting down my piety here. We'll slouch again. Killing lots of stuff. I wish I had Ice Blast. That'd be really nice. Do we want to burn another slouch? I'm just wrecking my piety, but it seems appropriate considering how bad this situation is. We can always blink to the staircase, but then we could just get freaking, you know, we could just get dispersal again. Slouch costs 5 mana, so we would still have Blade Hands if need be. Slouch. Now, unfortunately, this Impaler is still alive, and this Javelineer is still alive. We're going to block line of sight to the Javelineer with this. We're gonna... Well, we could disintegrate this, but that's only 69%, which is not ideal. Still got D-Missile up, still invisible. I know this probably doesn't look so bad because my hit points are near max, but believe me when I say this is a super dangerous situation. Could try to pog off to the east. I don't know about that. Let's disintegrate. Disintegrate again, and a third time. Fourth time, and it finally works. Disintegrate this dude too. Oh! Merfolk Aquamancer blasting me through the plants. Interesting. Take a step. Take a step. Take a step. And we get dispersed again. You know what? We're going to charm the sea snake. Keep flaming the elemental. Have the sea snake do my dirty work for me. Can I just say dispersal traps are bullshit, just for the record? To the extent that I might play in 0.22 instead for the rest of this streak, just because they're so dumb. I mean, look how dumb this is. Imagine like the RNG hasn't been kind to you and you're like a caster and you just don't have very many consumables. You pop down into Shoals 1 or Shoals 2 and then you have this to deal with. This little pink guy right here. Imagine how not fun that would be. Like those are streak enders is what those are, potentially. But hey, we found a way around it. Okay, let's snakes. It's time to have allies. Javelineer, okay. 0.23 introduced a lot. Well, the game has kind of become Ebering's playground for introducing all of his really goofy ideas. What just happened? CSnake killed the fawn. I got some of my piety back, which means I got some of my stats back. We got drowned spirits showing up, which is fine. My snakes will take care of that. Kind of concerned about the Javelineer, but we've got D-Missile. Let's just step. Javelin hits my adder. That's fine. It's steel. It's not penetration. A lot of stuff happening because I'm moving with Chei. That's okay. We're going to try to make it to the staircase with our slow-ass Chei speed and our snakes covering our retreat. Alright, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. GG, no Ray. Yeah, doesn't he, you know, when I say things like, I'll say things like, the devs don't understand the game, which seems like a mean thing to say, but consider the fact that Dungeon Crawl basically is a game of positioning, right? And when you introduce mechanics that just kind of fuck up all of the positioning on the screen, you've introduced this huge amount of RNG, and you've removed the tactical, like a hugely interesting tactical problem, and you've turned chess into checkers, basically. You know what I mean? I think if Rock is still around, he'll appreciate that metaphor. You know, and it's not as interesting, because it can screw you over in ways that are really not possible to anticipate or play around to any large degree. Like Talus said, oops, I got dispersed into a clown pie silence. Like, I'm not a big fan. Added 2 hit rolls to chess. Yeah, pretty much. And it's like, that's what, when I say that the devs don't understand their own game, or what makes the game entertaining, and this is a common problem with game development. People sort of accidentally make a game that is entertaining, and then they proceed to ruin all the stuff that made it entertaining. And in this case, I think it's like you had a group of people inherit an existing game and then proceed to start ruining all the things that made it interesting in the first place. And it's like, if they understood the game a little bit better and what makes it entertaining, they wouldn't do things like introduce massive amounts of RNG, you know, for no particularly good reason. Wait, what am I doing? I want to put my spire here, and then we'll just use the bolts. Meth Cloud is definitely making some noise. Hey, Mr. Leisure. What's this symbol means? Battery. Turbo. No, the devs don't listen. That's the thing, and that's what kind of blows my mind about the devs in this game, is they have this severe, condescending kind of tone when it comes to the community, like really, really insulting stuff. Ebering himself, before he started giving me the silent treatment like a 4-year-old, I'll always remember the fact that I told him something like, well, my idea about, I think I was talking about mutation reform. I was like, well, it got a lot of upvotes on Reddit, and he basically called the community a bunch of retards, you know, and I think he did not verbatim, but he was basically calling the community stupid, like, oh, well, dumb ideas get upvotes all the time, you know, and it was just kind of like upsetting to see, because I'm thinking, you know, you're the dev of an open source tiny community game, and you should respect the community, right? I mean, like, you would think that you should both respect and sort of give credence to what the community thinks. I mean, that's the thing, Mr. Leisure, is like, because it's an open source game, you have the problem of dev turnover, and it used to be run by people who I think cared a little bit more about the community, and it's slowly become this kind of ego fiesta, in my opinion, which is just like, it's just unfortunate, you know. And I don't like to talk negatively like this, but hey, dude, it worked. It's actually working. Thank you for the follow. We've got some audio and I'm full screen, so it was Muxie's fault, I think.
Fuck you!
I hope you enjoyed that. I put a lot of work into getting that audio. We're going to use acid to kill this nymph because he can stop us from going up. You know what? This is getting a bit goofy. Just a few too many things here. Why don't we go up? But yeah, I mean, I got to tell you that I'm developing a game of my own a little bit slowly, but I'm doing it. And if it ever gets a following, you know, like a really decent community around it, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to shit on the people who play my game, you know. But then again, I'm going to be probably trying to make money off my game, and I think that this is one of the good things about capitalism, I guess, is that when you're making money off something, you can't afford to be like a total dick towards your community, you know. Well, I don't know, Mr. Leisure, there's kind of a weird thing about the community in this game, is like some portion of it just sort of like sees the authority that the devs have, you know, they're like in a position where it's kind of hard to say anything bad about them, and they'll put up with it, and I think that's part of the problem, is that some very vocal small subsection of the community is like zealously defending some of the stuff that the devs do, which is unfortunate, you know, because I think it gives them the idea. I think if there was like a real pushback, a serious pushback against some of the stuff they're doing, I think that you would see them behave differently. But to date, that hasn't really materialized. I mean, like, and there is an enormous portion of the community that's just like tired of what they're doing, and I'm a good example of that, I guess. But their response to it is largely to just like block anybody, you know, like social media block, Discord block anybody who disagrees with them too much. They'll ban people who disagree with them too much from things like info bots, like really, really petty behavior. I tried to report, yeah, Krazer, actually. It's funny you should mention that. I don't know if you're talking about my thing, where I reported a bug to the head dev at one point, and he basically insulted me for 5 minutes and called me a troll. And I'm thinking, like, dude, I'm trying to help you fix a problem with your game. And it was a legitimate bug. It wasn't an opinion thing. It was like, there was a vault where if you cast Summon Forest, it broke a door in it or something. And it was definitely not intended. And I was basically told to go fuck myself, you know. And that was the day I decided never to report a bug in Dungeon Crawl again. But it's just mind-blowing the amount of just like sheer pettiness, you know, just insanely petty behavior. And it's hard for me to imagine adult men acting in such a way, but I mean, I'm sorry, I hate to be negative, but that's just the way it is, and it's just mind-blowing. That's the amount of just disrespect and disdain towards the community that you see from this dev team, you know. And I don't want to speak of them like as a whole, because I'm sure that there are decent members. I've had pretty good interactions with A. Malloy. He was, you know, I don't think he's my biggest fan, but he's been mostly like respectful towards me, which is cool, because I think respect is like the basis of any kind of you know, relationship where people are able to interact in a productive way. Like, you have to have respect, and he's been respectful towards me. He's been pretty fair towards me. I don't always agree with like the rules in their in their subreddit, for example, like the language rules I think are goofy, but I will follow them since it's their space or whatever. I might complain about it, but I'll follow it. He put my channel in the sidebar of the subreddit, which was really shocking to me. Like, I thought these people just kind of despised me too much for that to happen, but I guess A. Malloy recognized that it's actually a useful resource for the community, you know. But yeah, it's the income thing. I'm telling you, they're not making money off of it. So what kind of person becomes a developer for an open source free game? It's one of two kinds of people. Either the person is really passionate about the community and about the game itself, and that's what we used to have, or the person, it might unfortunately be like just a narcissistic a-hole who wants to have a position of petty authority on the internet. And I think we've kind of transitioned from the former to the latter over the course of this game. All right, this is actually super risky. You got a stern warning on the subreddit for using profanity. I made a completely innocuous joke where I called myself autistic on the subreddit, and it wasn't even meant in a derogatory way. Like, they tried to make it out like I was insulting autistic people, which is just false. I have nothing against autistic people. And the funny thing about the joke is that I would be extremely surprised if I'm not literally on the spectrum. You know what I mean? Like, to some degree, just knowing myself. So I mean, it wasn't even it was only partially facetious, you know, and there was nothing. It was not like denigrating. It was not even disdainful. Not that I think it should be, that kind of speech should be censored, even if it is, but like the context was such that it wasn't even nasty, you know, it wasn't malicious, and I was forced to change it. I was forced to change the post that I made, and I think I was referring to how I had like memorized half the things in the game, you know, which is a pretty you know, I don't know how else to describe that. I guess I could say meticulous, but that's less funny, you know. Oh shoot, those gosh darn clown pies keep fudging up my frickin' win streaks. That's the thing, if you ever listen to like old George Carlin skits and things, you know, he talks a lot about context and how important context is when it comes to language, you know, and how our society has gone on this slow march towards just completely anodyne, like sterile, almost childlike language. And this should upset you, is the thing, because we're living in this sort of weird babyfied version of like 1984 plus Brave New World at the same time, and it's just like, oh, it's bizarre. You're being anti-gay? Yeah, Lam Loban is probably not even gendered because he's like a demon, right? So I don't know, man. That's this kind of thing. These busybodies, they get control of these communities. Shit, I tried to go up, and I got put to sleep. That's bizarre. Yo, doesn't he? Are you seeing this? I got put to sleep as I was going up the stairs, but it let me go up the stairs anyway, which I guess makes sense. I guess I continued after I woke up. It's all right. Hey, I'm glad I'm not dead. But I mean, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that about Lam Loban. I mean, it's a fucking joke, man. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, I've been accused of being all kinds of horrible things, like anti-gay, anti-trans, whatever. Which, for the record, I'm not. Like, I don't hate anybody really, except for maybe the dev team. Haha. But like, I've been accused of all this stuff, and it's comical because we did a poll. We did a poll in it was a while ago. I think it was Quezel who did a poll in my Discord, and it turned out like 90% of the people in my Discord are either like homosexual or bisexual. So it's like, if I'm some kind of bigot, I'm doing a really poor job of getting that across, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, how would I have so many of those kinds of people in my Discord? Like, why would they stick around if I'm some kind of turbo bigot? And it's just like, it's so obvious, you know what I mean? That that's not the case, but they'll just tell these lies, and you know, if you tell a lie, I've found that if you tell a lie enough times, it sort of becomes the truth, or people will believe it enough that it's basically like it being the truth, which is really unfortunate because like, I think that these people know that they're completely bullshitting. Doesn't he? Are you trying to? I can't tell if you're being ironic enough. Do you actually want me to memorize Flame Tongue? because I can do it. Yeah, I guess I should. Do you want to know the reason I haven't done it? Is because I'm trying to conserve Scrolls of Amnesia. Yeah, Throw Flame is better. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. Maybe after I fight this pile of things. Flame Tongue is actually poor in shoals because no range. Yeah, range is the big deal. Yeah, Talus, I think there's some truth in that. Like especially like high testosterone men, really masculine men, You know, if you ever get some dudes together, and I mean dudes, I don't mean like really. I don't want to say nerdy, but like people who don't work out, people who are a little bit more on the feminine side. I'm not talking about those people. If you just get some like regular dudes together, and they may even be like nerdy guys, but just like dudes with some testosterone flowing through their body, of course they love crude jokes, you know. And it's never really meant, as far as I know, it's not usually meant maliciously. You know what I mean? It's just like dark humor, gallows humor, you know, crude humor. There's a place for that stuff, but nowadays it's like there's always some mealy-mouthed little dickhead waiting in the shadows to be like, you can't say that here, you know, and they'll try to make it out to be something that's so horrible, you know what I mean, every single time, like it's like, oh, well, you actually hate, you know, X group, and it's like, what's funny about it is the person telling the joke might even be a member of X group, you know what I mean, and it's just like what dudes like to do in my experience, and I'm sure that some mouth-breathing, like low IQ person is going to be like, well, that's toxic masculinity, but like, no, it's just masculinity, man. Just like deal with it. Um, and I've never understood just the urge to shut down a conversation because you're just so incapable of handling dudes having fun in a frivolous kind of just nonsense BS sort of way. Like men love to bullshit with each other. That's just the case. Lom was male but went to neuter in the Great Checkers gender side. Okay. Fellow demon grinder went from male to female. Yeah, I don't know. Some of the they're just kind of inconsistent with like whether demons have genders in Dungeon Crawl. Although I guess there's room for. I mean, they're demons. They don't really follow the rules of humanoids. I guess that would make sense, you know. Do I want to get rid of Fulminant Prism? I really don't. Let's just get rid of Searing Ray. And I will, with great protest, I will memorize Throw Flame. Male bad. You know, in college I took a gender studies course once, and I was basically doing it for the elective, not because I was interested in the weird propaganda that they were spreading. And every single class, it was like alternating. First it was men are bad, then it was white people are bad, then it was men are bad, then it was white people are bad. And I don't remember really learning anything in the class other than that I'm supposed to hate myself for being a white dude, I guess. Um, and it was like, that was I think my first really hardcore experience in terms of like seeing this kind of indoctrination. Dallas, I tried. But I wasn't quite as smooth back then. I mean, I've never been able to, not with people like that, you know what I mean? And you wouldn't want to. You really wouldn't want to date somebody like that, I don't think, because it's dangerous. Well, I didn't want to come right out and say it, DK Growth, but I mean, all kinds of things are possible, you know, when you date people who are a little bit mentally unstable, you know, it's like, give me just like a nice, wholesome chick who wants to get married and have kids and live on a homestead, and you know, she can help me tend to my garden. It'll be great. Sleeping with a dude with a nose ring is a mandatory lab. Yeah, I got points off my grades for not doing that assignment. All right, we got D-Missile back up. Talus, you've got a fair point. I mean, if you're a really masculine guy, there's a lot less BS that you have to deal with when it comes to dating dating around. And like I don't know, I did date. I guess I did date a few of those girls in college, sort of. You know, but I tended to veer in the other direction. Like I tended to go for like the well-behaved, like super nerdy chicks who wouldn't even consider doing that with anybody, really. Well, I'm calling it dating. I think you know what I mean. That's the thing, DK growth. Like if you date the wrong person, and women have to deal with a certain amount of this BS too, just different. It's like a different aspect of it, I guess. But like there are shitty people out there who will just do all kinds of ridiculous bullshit in terms of the dating world, and that's why it's just like at least at this point in my life, it feels like it's just dumb to get into a relationship with anybody unless you think it's going somewhere long term, because it is a huge risk, you know. Like if you're a chick, for example, I mean, sure, you've got with if you're a guy, you have to deal with all kinds of crap. Like chicks will try to ruin your reputation if you dump them in a kind of a inexpert way, if you're like not giving them the attention they want, if you behave a little too weakly, you know, as well. There's a lot of ways that you can have your reputation fucked with as a man. But then if you're like a woman and you date the wrong guy, there's plenty of stuff that they have to deal with too. You know, like uh, you send nudes to a guy and then he posts them on the internet. You know, that's pretty common. I don't know if that should be illegal like it is in California, but it's certainly a fucked up thing to do. Um, you know, it's just like a lot of people have been convinced that you basically are supposed to get with a person just so you can have like a one night stand or whatever. And people are just like, it's almost like a dirty word that if you're a person who actually wants to like go towards, you know, even especially when you're young, if you're more interested in trying to get like a real relationship that's moving towards something like marriage and kids and stuff, people will look at you askance like you're some kind of crazy asshole or something. Um, you know, and it's just kind of like I feel like I wasted a lot of my younger years just like chasing tails, so to speak. Um, and it's like whether you're successful at that or not, you don't really get that much out of it. Like it's a fun time, but it's you know ultimately not super fulfilling. You know what I mean? And right, that's true, Talus. That like dating is a lot of extra work. Like it's almost better just to focus. Like if you're trying to become super successful at something, and you're wasting your time like chasing chicks, um, you know, especially if you're just trying to get laid. You know what I mean? You're gonna put so much energy into this crap. Maybe you're gonna fall for like the bar meme, and you're gonna start drinking a lot. Some people do that. Some people get into like other substances, doing all kinds of really stupid stuff to impress women. Um, you know, thankfully I didn't fall for any of that, but like a lot of people do. You know, you like become like a party person. You start spending money. You know, and at the end of the day, it's like you would have been better off putting that time into bettering yourself. I mean, sure, you should date some. You shouldn't just like. I actually don't think it's a good idea for guys, especially, to try to only be with like one person before they get married, because then your emotional toolbox just is empty, and you don't know what the hell to do once you're in a relationship. You go to try like you'll like invite somebody to come live with you within the first 3 months, and then 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 you won't know what to do with yourself. You know, you'll be playing house. But yeah, Cracer, exactly. Like you do that for a little while. Like in my experience, you do some shit like that for a little while. You get it out of your system, and then you realize like, wow, I was wasting my time. You know what I mean? Because it's like you're gonna risk getting STDs. You're gonna risk all that reputational stuff that can happen when you piss off the wrong girl. You know, you don't call her back. You don't give her a date like a second date like she wanted or whatever. And that stuff does happen. Um, you know, it's like it's unfortunate, but it has been known to happen. Um, you know, and it's like for what? So you could get off. You know, it's a fun time, but imagine if you spent that time, I don't know, learning an instrument or another skill, you know? The amount of time and effort that dudes put into just like chasing tail in their early 20s, it's crazy. And I can't even like I can't talk too derogatorily about it because yeah, I did the same thing, you know? We're all boomers in here. No, Flood Killer, I would suspect that probably everybody in this chat has that exact same problem. You know what I mean? I mean, I know I did. Or even do to this day, I guess. But it's just like it's social stuff is very much a especially if you're like a really smart guy, usually social stuff is very much learned. Like you have to figure out how to not be a weirdo. You know what I mean? Yeah, Talus, that's kind of roughly the same story for me. All right, man, I need to pay attention to this part. We've got sleepy time sheep. Okay, we'll make a spire so it's shooting. The dream sheep baws balefully. I feel intimidated. Okay, I actually have throw flame now. Special thanks to DoesnT for reminding me to get that. We killed a line of sight to one of the sheep, so we can't, well, we can be slept, but it's less likely as long as less of them are in the line of sight. I think we're going to put a prism here. Please don't put me to sleep. Okay, one of the sheep died. Very good. Krazer says, trying to seem normal is not a good idea. Be yourself, otherwise you will find the wrong girl and the chemistry won't be there when you start being yourself. I both agree and disagree with that statement. I don't think that you should, like, adopt some kind of wacky PUA persona, if you know what a PUA is, the pickup artist guys. Like, don't go out with, like, a feather in your cap and try to seem like the coolest jackass in the club or whatever. Like that shit is retarded. It's just stupid. But you know, I do think that people get the wrong idea and they start to think that self-improvement is like you're not allowed to do it because you're not being yourself. And I know that's probably not what you mean, but it's just wild. Like I remember, you know, I'm 6 feet tall, okay, and I used to be 120 pounds. Like that's skeleton mode is what that is. Like I was really skinny. And then I started lifting, well, after I did a bunch of body weight stuff, and I got myself up to like 180, you know, and I filled out, I got more fit. But in the process of that, I can't begin to tell you how many chicks especially would say things like, well, why are you getting fit? Just be yourself. And it's even, well, actually men will do that too. Like people in general will try to dissuade you from improving yourself in really fundamental ways, and it's mind-blowing because it's like, you know, self-improvement should be a thing that you strive for in all areas of your life. Am I right? You know, it's just like, it's crazy to me that anybody would try to say, well, don't do that. And that to me is like, you're just being the best version of yourself. You know what I mean? Make yourself the you that you want to be. That's a good way to put it, doesn't he? I like that. Yeah. And also, if you're like a socially awkward person, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to suss out the things that you do that are a little bit weird and maybe altering those. You know, I don't think that's quote unquote not being yourself. Okay, I don't want to demissile with this much fail rate, do I? I guess I can do it here. All right, there we go. Learn the guidelines, just part of growing up. Yeah, sure. All right. Should I train more crossbows to get this bow manual used up? I guess. I'm going above min delay a little bit, but yeah, talk about the things you actually like with people. That's the thing. If you're passionate about a subject, it becomes a lot easier to, you know, even if you're one of those socially awkward people, it becomes a whole lot easier to be natural about it, you know. Like I'll tell you, like when I was in college, I found myself at parties pretty regularly, and whenever people would break off and just start discussing sports for 20 minutes or 30 minutes, I would not know what the hell to say because I just don't give a shit about sports. You know, it's just, I've never been into it. It's just not, I'm not hugely into it. I just don't care, you know. And you know, there's nothing that says that you have to pretend to be into something like that, you know what I mean? Just to fit in. Just, you know, it's not really a problem. Just hang out with people, maybe hang out with people who care about the topics that you care about, you know? Okay, I should be a little bit careful here. I forget, can you mfcloud Krakens? Probably not too reliably. Why are you improving yourself, Anon? Why aren't you just watching Netflix and going out to eat every night? That's the thing, is like, there's this really unfortunate thing about human nature where people, you know, they really will push you. You know, they don't like to see someone improving themselves. It's like the crab pot. Have you guys heard of this? Where you get a bunch of crabs in a pot or a bucket, crab bucket, and you don't have to put a lid on the bucket, because as one crab tries to get out, another crab will pull that crab down and say, "No, fuck you. Like, I want to get out, and if I can't get out, you can't either." And I think that it's that crab bucket mentality. I think that a lot of human beings have that naturally. You know, it's making them look bad. If you're taking the time to really spend your time wisely, self-improve, you know, do the things that are difficult to do but rewarding to do, that's not something everybody wants to do. You know what I mean? I mean, they want to, but they feel like they can't. It's very, very difficult for anybody really to just make a small change in their lives. You know, people fear change more than they fear something that's obviously like painful. That, like, change is more scary to people than pain is, and so people will stay in the same shitty situation. It's why people stay in abusive relationships. You know, it's why people will put up with a garbage job, and they'll do that for a billion years, and it's ridiculous, but that's what happens. And when they see someone else getting themselves out of the bucket, ooh, they don't like that. You know, like, that's not good. So they've got to find a way to shame you for it, you know, and it's like, it's really, really disgusting, you know, in a way. But at the same time, like, I understand it's human nature to do that, even though it seems so sick, you know. Yeah, when you stop drinking, that's a good one, because they know. And I experienced the same thing. Like, I used to go to a bar. There was a short period of my life where I did go to, like, bars once or twice a week, and I just almost completely stopped drinking, other than maybe like a glass of wine every once in a great long while, and or like a single beer with dinner once every maybe like a few weeks. But, like, I used to drink pretty regularly with these people, and when I decided to stop, I got no end of shit about this, you know. And it's like, I was being somewhat productive about it, because I would actually be like a super nerd and take my laptop to the bar and code for half the night, and then, like, do karaoke for the second half of the night while getting, you know, a little bit toasty. But, like, even so, I knew it wasn't the most productive thing I could be doing, and, like, everybody who was like a bar regular acted like I was some kind of asshole, you know, for for not keeping up with this sort of self-destructive behavior. And that's the thing. You just have to learn to not listen, I guess, to people who are doing that stuff or saying those things. They squirm to try to justify their own substance abuse. For sure. You know, they don't want to face the fact that, like, what they're doing is not good. And they'll make excuses and whatnot, but the reality is that I'm getting fucked up by this Kraken. I should probably pay attention to what I'm doing. How much can he do? 50 damage, and he's fast, so he could do it twice, I guess. Do I blink out of this? I don't want to use my last blink scroll. He can't move on to shallow water. Is that true? Have I been playing this game for like several years and I didn't know that Krakens can't move to shallow water? He can still mess me up with his tentacles. I don't know if I can walk away from this. Maybe I should just slouch, because I'm going to get full damage against like the tentacles and the Kraken as well. I keep saying Kraken, I know that's wrong. The tentacles are they do 29 damage, doesn't he? Don't underestimate the tentacles. That's each. Excuse me. Man. Sneezing, I'm allergic to Krakens. I'm gonna slouch. What the fuck? It didn't kill any of the... Yeah, 29 is less than 50, that's true. I don't understand. Shouldn't Slouch have killed all these tentacles? They're very fast. It doesn't seem to have done anything. Is there some reason why Slouch is like broken and doesn't work on tentacles? Is that possible? A fierce wind blows. A fierce wind blows from the fan, not doing anything. Well, I can't really get away from this thing is the thing. Tentacles are black magic mechanically. I hate the fact that there's 4 of these around me. If I blink and land... I know that, but I don't want to use a blink scroll as a thing. I'm trying to save this blink scroll, but now I'm facing down the barrel of like, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 120 damage minus GDR, so they can definitely kill me if I keep screwing around here. AB might help. That's a good idea. That makes his tentacles retract. We're out of mana now. I think what we do is we teleport. I think I'm willing to use one of my 2 teleport scrolls. We've gotten very unlucky, by the way, with consumables in this game. Just for the record, let's teleport. Okay, 1 move, 2 moves, and 3 moves should teleport me away. Cool. Steam blocks loss. Yeah, no, none of that. No mana. Okay, I should be reasonably safe to just chill out here. What is this? This is Cyclops. Let's put on D-Missile. Steam cooking that Cyclops. Potion of Curing, alright. Jesus, maybe I should have just been a fire dude this whole time. Okay. I am real dumb, and I auto-explored into this. I shouldn't have done that. I can't pog. I just remembered I can't pog on the deep water. Which, by the way, I think should change. Like, why can't you pog on deep water if you're flying? You know what I mean? Like, if I try to use pog right now, nope. Would you call that a glitch, I wonder? Honestly, if I went Blade Hands, I could probably kill this thing. But, that's a little dangerous. Oh shit, we have Blink. We have Blink available. I'm a big dummy for not using Blink, or for not memorizing it. Yeah, doesn't he? I think I'm going to start doing that exact same thing. Let me think about this. If I polymorph a Kraken, I wonder if it can turn into something that can't cross deep water. Okay, I went ahead and used Fear. That was very dumb on my part. Dude, is this not too far away? What's happening here? Yeah, if I take... Ah, damn it. The head is in line of sight, that's all you need. Alright, I'm going to use my last blinking. I gotta start paying more attention. Like, I'm burning through my consumables like a big dummy. And the fact that we don't have blinking is terrifying. AB, AB. I should have done that, but it's okay. Like, AB could have failed. I still have 1% fail rate on that, and I didn't want to risk just losing this game for something dumb like that. AB would have gotten the tentacles away from me at least, I guess. RIP Blink. We'll get more. This is... Bro, this is Shoals 4. I picked up the rune and I didn't even realize it. So it's even dumber that I was auto-exploring here. Do I want to get... Do I care about staves? I guess I could get wizardry. I don't really care about spell power. What we want more than anything is just statue form. Just statue form. We'll get more A Delusional Man 2019. A man can dream, alright. I still want Conjure Flame, honestly. Why don't we just take spellcasting to 10? Go into Snake Pit now. Okay, we may not have Blink, but we have Sack of Spiders now. That's an out of sorts. See you, Flood Killer. Thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate it. Also, DK Growth, same thing. Okay, this is okay. We can get surrounded, but we're in a hallway, so we're reasonably safe. And there wasn't even that much stuff around. I love how Lightning Spire lets me create kill holes, more or less, just by virtue of body blocking. Oh, shit. Okay, let's walk away, let's walk away. Damn it, keep walking. Why don't I end transformation so I can have my shield back? Now I'll be Blade Hands Man. Kill the sharpshooter. Shit, I'm marked, but most of the floor's done. We should be okay. Of course he's going straight for me. Why don't we end transformation? Just had to get him sort of next to me so I can kill him with the blade hands. Problem solved. Okay, we got another Scroll of Fear, that's helpful. Let's stop picking up Enchant Weapon. If 10 remove Curse, it's safe to try this on. Curse String of Profire. Alright. I think we keep AC on. I see we've got some glowing plate armor. Why don't we take a look at that? Cursed. Should have tried that at the same time to conserve remove curse, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, this is unfortunate. We stepped in here and just immediately started getting wrecked. And then we're getting stabbed a bunch too, or lightning a bunch. Let's fog. Let's, we need to resistance. This is real dumb. Let's go up. Could have died there from the guy shooting at us. Okay. That was a really unfortunate entrance. 90 damage each possible from those, or 45 damage each possible from those sharpshooters. Let's see if we can't get a slightly better one, and we do. I'm happy to have a shootout with this as long as there's only one. Now there's two. Oh, we don't have demissile up. That's my problem. You know what? I can kill this pack now. I'll just do it from this. This is like a vaguely good kill hole, to be honest. Lightning Spire is going to do great wonders here, and it already is, really. It's not bad at all. More than anything, I need to not be dumb and make sure I keep demissile up. Alright, this is a lifesaver. We just got Blink. Enough spell levels for Blink. We got some more Teleport. Still no more Blink, but I'll take victories where I can find them. We got a Wand of Digging, which we already had some, but having more is always nice. Lightning Spire seems strong. Lightning Spire is one of the best spells in the game, by far. Especially for the investment. You know what I'd like to have is I'd like to have a regen, and we actually have it available now. Do I want to get Conjure Flame amnesia'd off? Or maybe Fulm Prism, even though it's so good? I wonder. I think we want to get rid of Fulminate Prism. Kind of a janky spell anyway, because I really need regen. Like, regen will help this character a lot. Maybe I could train Necromancy up to like 5. It's almost free experience. Hello, Snake 2 Zot Trap. I'm just shouting here. I see that something has come from the other direction. Yeah, Conjure Flame is useful all game, although you can pretty much you know, you can amnesia it somewhere around now and not miss it too much. Although the fact that I have Lightning Spire makes me want to keep it more. Okay, let's get strength. Maybe we can end up in some heavier armor. Put on regen. Too bad this crossbow isn't penetration. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, we could potentially get owned pretty hard here. Give me my... I was gonna say, give me my meth cloud, but we didn't get it. Oh, now he's confused. Cool. Let's just reset this fight, I think. Or we could let the snakes handle it. Okay, he goes down. Didn't have D-missile up, that was why that was so dangerous. Though I guess it's dangerous either way. Don't you touch that mark trap. Alright. That floor's done. And we found a box of beasts. It's not a blink scroll, but these kind of things are pretty good outs. In fact, why don't we take evocations to 10? I feel like I'm spread pretty thin on experience, which is unfortunate, but we're going to make it work. Let's Lightning Spire. Let's regen. Let's, we're not deflecting missiles. Let's cast that again. If we'd gotten slowed or something, I just would have gone up. Okay, the big thing is the mage, so let's kill that. And now let's Blade Hands. Try to kill as much of this as possible. Okay, now I'm confused. Check this out. I thought that if an enemy walked onto a shaft, it always got sent downwards. But this Naga warrior is just chilling on the shaft. So that's a little curious, isn't it? Let's go up. We got constricted. But we killed the thing and we're not constricted anymore. I think we go up now. It's just too much stuff. We put a decent dent in that floor. That's an orc. That means that St. Roca is probably here. Unfortunately, that is a sharpshooter. Maybe we can kill him real quick. Why don't we, geez, I want to use a slave, but I actually don't have that much left. This is dangerous enough with Roca and everything that I think we just leave. And I took a shitload of damage on my way up from just a mighted orc warrior, so that's a... Hey, I'm a little confused. What's with this text? He's supposed to say this, I guess, when he's in orc mines, but he says down here, you're an orc or you're nobody. But we're not even in orc mines. We're in the snake pit. That seems kind of racist. I don't think the Nagas are going to appreciate that very much. Holy shit, it's Mara. No. No, 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 no. I mean, we can kill Mara. Let's pop on, let's pop on Pro Fire instead of Pro Magic, because he can bolt us for good damage. So I want to just sticks to snakes him to death. Okay. I cast Blade Hands, and then he copied me. But he copied me before I cast Blade Hands, I guess, so he ended up with the crossbow. Not that he can go ranged, but it is something to keep in mind. I think this is worth using acid a little bit. Okay, we got the acid stack on him. It took 3 charges, but we did it. He's debuffed. He's got bad AC on account of that. We've got Blade Hands up, and we've got Lightning Spire next to him. We've also got my enemy clone is too far away to really do anything. I guess he could Meph Cloud, which would suck, but we can drink Curing if that happens. Let's just swing. Tons and tons of damage happening. Alright, I guess I neglected the fact that the illusion can cast... Wait, what the hell? That's a bug. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say I thought my illusion cast Lightning Spire. What actually happened is Mara created a clone of Spire, so I stand corrected. Everything's fine. Let's swing again. He'll die. All those summons die. Really, really nice kill. Kidding me with this? Just die, dude. There we go. But yeah, I thought my illusion cast Lightning Spire. All right, dude, we got a shield available. Mara's all cheap tricks, pretty much. I feel like we take shields to 15 now. That brings Pog down to 22%, and it makes Deflect Missiles almost uncastable. So maybe we hold off on that just for a minute. But that's going to help our defenses a whole hell of a lot. Look how good this crossbow is getting, man. We can actually kill stuff with this. Surprisingly. I didn't think it was going to be this good, but it's actually quite nice. Thank you, Manual, for... the manual really encouraged me to go for it, you know. And the fact that it's a hand crossbow, so like we can use a shield at the same time. I was a little on the fence about this being the right decision. Can't believe a crossbow is killing things with 27 strength. Well, yeah, certainly the fact that I've got Chei is helping a lot here. Let's end transformation. Just shoot some crossbow action. Actually, you know what we're going to do? He's got big hit dice, but we can still confuse him potentially, and I think we did. No, he's just distracted. Priest was in the Meph Cloud, that's good. You know it would be sick right now if we had Ignite Poison, which we actually have available. Maybe I should get Ignite Poison. That would be really, really good right now. That would give me a way to kill things faster, which I desperately need. I think I'm going to blow some acid on him. Now he's confused. Alright. Good cohesion with Meph. Yeah, it's amazing with Meph Cloud, for sure. If this Spire dies again, we're gonna use Lamp of Fire. Nice. Spire really just winning for me, to be honest. Chei thoroughly appreciates the change of pace. Alright, Ignite Poison. I can dump wands of, or clouds of flame on these things' heads, that's going to be just really, 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 really good. It's so awesome that I can actually trade, you know, ranged battle with the. I can have a ranged battle with the sharpshooters and win. You know. This isn't really the kind of character that I'm used to playing. You know, kind of a weird hybrid, but it works out pretty well. And hey, just found the best spell in the game. I suddenly regret memorizing Ignite Poison because we could have just gone for this instead. Whoops. Well, we need to hold out for statue form anyway. BVC, Vile Clutch is it's like zombie hands pop out of the ground and proceed to hold your opponent still while also doing tons of damage to it. It's incredibly broken. Just really, really good. Also, it reduces their EV a lot. Oops, I did not mean to take a step. And we don't even have demissile up. Yeah, it's really good. I'm not joking when I say it's the best spell in the game. Alright, we have 306 gold, and there is a portal vault here for a bazaar, which it's not announced. Like we didn't get the when we entered the floor, it wasn't like, yo, there's a bazaar. And the fact that it's not announced means that we can go in whenever the hell we want. It will not expire. So I'm thinking we come back when we have more gold, because 306 is just not much. Perhaps if we get an acquirement, we will acquire gold and then go in there. We may have acquirement in the inventory right now. Only 4 spells are unidentified, or 4 scrolls rather. And we have something here, but I'm not going to roll the dice because it could be something really useful like Holy Word or Summoning, or really all of these are incredibly useful for this character. Time for the risky. Bro, it looks like I'm in the end vault, doesn't it? Doesn't this look like I'm in the end vault? Look at this. And I see another staircase right here. I'm next to it, yeah. But it looks like I'm inside considering the abundance of garbage here. Obviously we can't stick around. Hopefully this is not so close to all that nonsense. Let's regen before we go in. Holy shit. Isel? Dude, we don't even have our poise. Isel can wreck us. Although I don't think Isel can put me to sleep, thankfully. No, he has 5% chance of sleep. That's horrible. Remember when Snake 4 always had an ambush vault? Well, in this case, it does. Dude, are you guys seeing how horrible this is? If I'm put to sleep here, I'm just dead. I'm tempted to... You know, I never put my MR Plus back on is what happened. That's why this is happening. Let's go up and hopefully we don't get put to sleep. We didn't. He tried to. Yeah, time for vaults. That is correct, my friend. But yeah, that was a big mistake that I didn't put MR Plus back on. Could have been banished there as well. That would have been less painful. All right, Snake 4, you're bullshit, and we're not going to do you. So, oh, I never finished dungeon, I guess. Whoops, that's orc. We could go ahead and do the rest of elf. We only did elf 1. That would be, I mean, it would be kind of painful, I'm not going to lie, but certainly at least finishing dungeon is going to be reasonably safe. Oh, hey. Oh, hi, Mark. This is not good. Why don't we lamp a fire this crap? I don't know exactly what's in this vault. Let's pop on Pro Fire. I don't want to take 75 damage from this fire dragon. Kill him with blade hands. Pop Pro Magic back on because I think I saw a wizard. This is a vault's entrance. I think, considering the metal, I'm going to say yes. Oh man, I guess I should put Pro Fire back on. And then Pro Magic back on. Super nervous about getting tagged by this a-hole. Now hold up, he can have Crystal Spear. But I don't think that the wizard does look at this crazy attempt at me trying to spell wizard. Not only did I say wazard, I left out the question mark. Just watch out for wazards. Alright, he can't one-shot me. 3d28, that's less hit points than I have. So instead we one-shot him with blade hands. Okay, I'm glad I kept the MR plus on so we can't get paralyzed here. And then we'll pop on Pro Fire. Look at me just tearing through this stuff, man. Okay, D-Missile saves me from getting blasted, but then it falls off. Put Pro Magic back on. Dude, imagine sustaining through all this crap. What a great character. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Freaking 7-headed Hydra alert. Wow. I actually can't kill a 7-headed Hydra without using resources. I guess I can make some snakes. Please give me 2 snakes. Alright. Boom. Boom. I just want to walk away. D-Missile's gone, so this is happening. Spire. Spire. The Hydra is just wrecking my Spire. Imagine not having tools for Hydra at XL18. Well, I do, just like not when he's right next to me, you know what I mean? Like if I could just like probably use the freaking hand crossbow on him to get him dead. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a flame here. Are you serious? I miscast Conjure Flame. I guess 17% fail rate is pretty big with these blade hands up. Well, I feel like what I should do is I should untransform. Cast Blink. No, because I could end up here and that would almost definitely kill me. Let's end the transformation. We'll get our shield back at least. Take almost no damage, good. Now I'm more willing to blink, which I'll do that. Okay, we end up in the gotcha spot, which is not quite as good as I could have hoped for, but it's okay. We'll use Conjure Flame. We'll just start Ice Blasting. Whoops. Like that. I just wish we had D-Missile, but it looks like the Cyclops was out of bolts anyway, or rocks. We killed this whole vault in one go. I mean, that was pretty cool. We have ice. Oh, my inventory's full. I don't think we're ever going to need this foul shit anymore. That was a Phantom Mirror. That is going to be a useful escape tool. And crossbow, huh? I think I'm really happy with this one that I've got now. I guess we'll drop Swamp Dragon Scales and Scarf Immunity, Cloud Immunity rather. That's right, I'm immune to scarves. Francis screams a word of power. Francis seems to speed up. Francis is gonna enjoy the joy of being slouched if he's not careful. He's not our poise. We could try to Meph Cloud him. Why don't we open up with this? I think I'm gonna snake him to death, even though he's got an axe. I just don't feel like screwing around with Iron Shot Man today. I guess we could go axe for him and just swing on him, but like, we've got D-Missile. I feel pretty confident. Okay, we're next to him now. There we go. That could have gone poorly, but it didn't, so. Melee are a bit of a problem. Not too bad, though. Especially with Spire. Is it ever really acceptable to auto-explore? Is it too much of a risk? Mr. Biggles, I auto-explore way more than I should. I sort of sucked tons of resources out of myself and shoals on account of doing that. But I mean, the game is just too tedious for me to play if I'm not auto-exploring some. I mean, you probably shouldn't do it at the very beginning, at least, but I have a hard time stopping myself from doing it. It depends on exactly how quote-unquote optimal you want to play. Also depends on the character you're playing. If you're ahead of the power curve, it's safe-ish depending on the place. Yeah, that's a fair thing to say. Check out this sweet Ignite Poison. Just burn all this stuff to death. Auto-explore in shoals is pretty horrible. You shouldn't do that, whether you're flying or not. And I was just playing recklessly because we were having a really cool conversation about, you know, a lot of things, and I just kind of got distracted and proceeded to make dumb mistakes. But we didn't die, so whatever. However, we did drain out all of our blinks, which is going to be very bad for the future, but maybe we'll find some more. I mean, hell, we only had 2 is the thing. Alright, let's see what this Trove wants. Swamp is probably a good place to avoid auto-explore as well. +3 Fire Dragon Scales. So there's a Fire Dragon Scale available, and there's no enchant armors available. So if we can find 3 enchant armors, we can check out that Trove. And I'm very inclined to do that because if we're lucky, it'll be like a book trove or something, and we can really get some spells going. Yep. Okay, we can turn off training crossbows. We've used up the manual. Let's train armor, dodging, fighting, all up to 15. A treasure trove that's actually obtainable. I know, right? Imagine that. Imagine a treasure trove that's not borderline impossible to get. 17 scrolls of blinking, right? Oh, I'm gonna get you, Mr. Orc Knight. You can walk away, but we both know you're coming back. Nice, check that out. That was cool. He's sleeping and I just like assassinated him with the crossbow. Tengu Conjurers can be pretty dangerous to deal with, so it's pretty satisfying when that happens. Ignite Poison still representing. Adding a new weapon brand to the game is more involved than I thought it would be. Really? What, do they have a bunch of like weird enums and stuff? I've noticed that Crawl is really strange about, like, it doesn't seem to have a single class where shit is like identified, if that makes sense. Like the names of spells are in 4 or 5 different places. And it is just weird to have to add new things, and it's just kind of wackily built code, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The names of brands are scattered. Yeah, it's really strange. I don't want to insult anybody's code, but it does seem a little strange to me. Descriptions are in describe.cc. Like, shouldn't everything be in the same spot? You know, isn't that best practice? Right. Yeah. That's a lot of junk. Okay, there's a wizard, an ogre mage rather here. We don't have Synv. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. Check this out. If I cast Ignite Poison, I don't think... No, you might harm nearby allies. But will that actually make him mad at me, I wonder? That's a question. It will make him mad at me? Okay. Alright, now hold the phone. We've got a teleport scroll in here, and I desperately need resources like that. Ally behavior can be weird. Well, why don't we just test it? Hold on, let me, here. Make a spire. Have cloud. Nope, he doesn't go hostile. How wild is that? I didn't think it would because it's clouds. And, he just doesn't give a shit. Okay, I don't think I care about anything in this vault except for the teleport scroll. I suppose we have enslavement. Like I could probably pop in here and enslave this Titanic slime, but then if it doesn't actually work, we're yeah, spires. You know, I think that anything that you're summoning probably shouldn't go hostile if you attack it. You know what I mean? Because it's just you summoned it, you're under total control. I don't know, especially spires, which are a construct, or golems, guardian golems. Not that anybody uses that. No, fireball will piss off your summons for sure. If you hit them with it. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, there is another summon you can do that to, doesn't he? Which is the good old Malayan Gateway. You can actually emulate around it, and it's immune to fire, so it doesn't care. All right, let's not risk this vault. This is a goofy ass vault. There's a lot of stuff in there I want actually. There's like an identify scroll and some things like that, but it's not worth risking at this point in the game. Maybe once we have staff form. My defenses aren't terrible, but I mean, Titanic Slime Creature, Death Ooze, I don't know. Hey, we leveled up. Please don't lightning bolt me. Alright, good. Bro, look at this, dude. Are you kidding me? That's why we got another unannounced Bazaar vault. So we've got 2 Bazaars and a reasonably obtainable trove just like waiting for us to wander in and suck up all the good loot. So we really just need to find some acquirements and grab some gold from that. How bizarre. Let's drop this potion of Berserk Rage, since inexplicably, for no particularly good reason, Chei hates it. Honestly, it should just function as a might, like it should just take out the haste component, if you ask me. Although I guess that going Berserk is pretty much the opposite of taking it easy. Edit tables and item prop.cc. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd have to change things in like 30 different files just to add a single brand. Honestly, if you really wanted to make a fork of crawl, I feel like the first thing you'd want to do is a bunch of code refactoring. Ideally closed source so they can't just take it. But like stuff that would just make it easy to change the game. You know what I mean? Put all that crap in the same file, you know what I mean? So that if you want to add a brand to the game, it's, that feels like something that should all happen in basically the same function, or at least the same file, you know? Like one object. Check this out. I've got a wild and crazy idea for you. This is C++, right? So we can do some object orientation, right? So imagine a class called brand, okay? That is maybe, it inherits from game object or whatever. But ultimately you've just got this class. It's called brand. And all you gotta fucking do is instantiate a brand object, stick it into an array of brands, and then everything looks at that. I mean, call me crazy. I'm not exactly a coder. I only have a master's degree, but I mean, doesn't that sound like the right way to go about it? Does that sound right to you? Instead of sticking things in 40 different files? Not to be too sarcastic or anything, but I mean, come on, this is amateur hour. What are we doing? The game does that with scrolls and potions. As well it should. Elegance is overrated. Dude, that's not even elegance is the thing. That's just like not giving yourself an enormous headache somewhere down the line. Elegance, when I think of like code elegance, I think of people being like assholes and using ternary operators and stuff. Things that just look complicated but boil a few lines down to one line. and you're thinking like, why did you bother to do this? You know what I mean? Your shit's all convoluted, nobody can mess with your code. I mean, yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, but I think that sticking all this stuff in one object is not. I think that's just best practice, you know. I believe that that's actually more understandable than whatever it is that they're doing. By the way, we found a scroll of blinking, so we're better off. We're much better off than we were a second ago. Now we can go into vaults. Probably we can tab most of vaults with this crossbow. Oh, okay, West. Do I want to take him somewhere with me? Nah. Oh boy. I keep forgetting, like, oh right, this is a Chei character, I need to be careful. Because it's like, this looks like a situation where a normal character, if it got into trouble, would just go doot 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 right to the exit and leave. But that's not an option. And it's especially not an option now that there's a Vault Warden heading my way. Well, you know what we can do? Check it out. We got Pog. Boom. Oh no, the Vault Warden stopped me. Mr. Biggles, does anyone have tips to consistently win more? I've won multiple times and have a 15 rune win, but consistently winning has been a struggle. That's a common problem. I would say just play carefully, you know. Especially in the early game, you need to be super aware of exactly how much damage stuff can do to you. Slowing down is definitely a huge part of it, like Doesn't He says, but in the process of slowing down, just like make yourself aware of, okay, well this goblin can do 5 damage, it's got a short sword so it can do 6 more damage, this goblin can do 11 damage to me. If you're playing a character that has less than 11 hit points, or like ideally 22, you probably shouldn't be fighting something that can do that much damage to you. Hey West, how you doing? Or Wesley. I got my double West action happening again. Alright, so unfortunately I forgot that the passage would be sealed even though he wasn't in line of sight of it. So we've still got a bit of a problem. I'm just a West magnet. Let's make a spire. Densely packed Hitlers. I've got packs of Hitlers coming at me right now from three directions. Oh man, I really want more summons. Alright, let's open up with... Hey Asimov, what's up? Let's open up with Lamp here. Let's pop down a Meth Cloud here, and then turn that into flames. And then I think we just like... Do we just go Blade Hands and go to work? Wesley, I've been planning on doing chess on stream for a while. I used to be really good at it. I was never really a timed player though, so I am likely to get just owned really quickly. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't played Go ever in my life. Well, we have one Acid Wand. We have Fear, we have Teleport, although I don't want to use that. This stuff should die super fast. I think, well, if I Blade Hands, then I'm gonna have less SH. Which is a problem. I'm gonna have no SH except for the 5 from my Amulet of Reflection. Got a lot of damage possible here. We could slouch. That's a way we could spend our mana. What is my master's in? Computer science. So I know a thing or two about coding, just a few things. Actually, that's why you should listen to me when I talk about Bitcoin, man. You got to go to that rosecrypto.com and learn about Bitcoin and Bitcoin accessories. This is looking way better already. Long blades are the most likely to get a brand. That's wild. I didn't know that, doesn't he? I thought it was all the same for different weapon types. Ironheart Preserver resists as I try to disintegrate him. Oh, man. I feel like at this point we just blade hands and kill this stuff. Starting with the Preserver. Unfortunately, more stuff is coming. Good God. The door is unlocked. But you know, can't really get to it because we're Chei. I'm not taking damage, but it's mostly due to luck at this point. Why don't we Ice Blast and guarantee this freaking... Like, this Bardage guy can actually do really good damage to me, so we'll Ice Blast him. We'll kill the Troll, because he's going to go down in one shot. That reduces the amount of damage on the table. I was trying to kill the Warden, but he's got that shield. It's going to take a little while. And he's got an Electrocution brand as well. Uh-oh. Let's kill the Guard. He'll go down quick. Okay, we're starting to take some more damage. Not so good. Not so good, but we'll swing one more time. Vault Guard died thanks to my Spire. I should be mostly immune to damage from these orcs for the most part anyway. Maybe not the Mighted one. So let's just kill the Warden. Down he goes. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Ugly thing, kind of a problem. I'm not going to swap RF though, just in case something with MR targeting effects comes at me. Although this is annoying because, well, we ran out of blade hands, so I'm going to petrify or paralyze him. And we're going to, ooh, this is a good Ice Blast spot. Boom. More shit is coming. Ice Blast. Jesus, this is, talk about sustain. I think we slouch. Okay, we killed most of the stuff on the field. I wish we had some more acid. That'd be ideal here. Out of mana, which is the big problem. I'm trying not to use too many resources other than just like basic wands and stuff. Ooh, you know what I should do? Let's enslave this dude. The Ogre Mage was having none of that. Two-headed Ogre got charmed, and then the Ogre Mage just bolted his ass. I guess he's off the field though, so we'll Ice Blast. We're taking big damage from the red thing. Hold the phone. Can take pretty. Oh fucking Christ! That's a Crystal Spear guy. I don't like that at all. We still got D-Missile up, so we're not super likely to get hit by it. But man, he could kill us. We don't have silence. I wish I had silence. What do I do here? Do I just go for it? Technically, blinking is the only thing that will guarantee I'm safe here. But I don't want to use my blink scroll. So I think we just Ice Blast. And it works. It kills the Ogre Mage. That was reasonably likely because my evocations is getting up there. So I don't think that was a mistake. Now we're out of Ice Blast. Trying to kill this pack. I guess I could just come down and back up, but like I don't really want to be surrounded by this stuff when I come down. Fan of Gales. Are you serious? Bro, that was dangerous as hell. Alright, let's go up. Also, I guess we do have more GDR than I'm giving myself credit for. But we could have probably died there if things had gone super, super poorly. Although we're getting defenses incredibly quickly as I train up my armor and dodging. So that's nice. I'm tempted to go into one of those bazaars even though we only have 500 gold. Just because we might get some nice consumables, which would be worth it. There's always stuff that's, you know, there's stuff available for purchase no matter how much gold you have. You'll be able to buy something. Well, that was just a very spicy entrance, but we survived it. We survived it, and hopefully we have a nice smooth vaults for the rest of the way here. Is it worth training armor if you're wearing robes? No, not really, but I'm not actually wearing robes because I'm worshiping Chei, so believe it or not, I'm in scale mail. And while I am hoping that we end up in stat form, there's actually no guarantee that I find it, so I need defenses enough at this exact moment that I'm training just on the... Well, and I mean, like, it's not just the chance that I don't find statue form. Even if I do, if I'm still wearing heavier armor and I get, like, turned... if I get my stat form turned off for whatever reason, which can happen for, like, I could get dispelled or I could just run out in the middle of combat, I'll still have good AC. So it's kind of nice. But yeah, no, don't train armor if all you're using is a robe. It doesn't really do anything for you. I think you can get like 1 or 2 points of AC, maybe. What kind of ogre mage are you? We don't know. Very dangerous walking towards him as Chei. Shouldn't have done that, but I don't know, man. The character is just, it's lacking some tools right now. Maybe I should go ahead and get that BVC. That'd be a lot smarter, huh? But I want air magic higher so I can have higher spell power, deflect missiles first. For sure, West. Slings, crossbows, and bows all use the same brand table. Alright. But that means, wouldn't that mean that you could get a penetration bow or a penetration sling? Okay. Slight problem. We've got a Deep Troll Earth Mage coming. And we don't really want to get LRD'd, so why don't we take a step back? Dude, we cannot stop miscasting while these blade hands are up. Imagine if we had like dragon form or ideally staff form, wouldn't that be nice? Oh, he's hasted. He's got a lightning bolt when he's hasted. And he's hasted, that is. Throw some flame at him just to kill him. Another one of these big, long, sustained fights. It's wild that we're only on Vaults 1. Like, this is a lot of crap. This is a very densely packed Vaults 1, I gotta say. Of course, it feels a little denser on this character just because everything's so dangerous. Shafted. Shafted to Vaults 2. Okay. Magic map to start with. Closest upstairs is actually pretty close. Signal horn. Let's paralyze him. Doesn't want to work. Finally it works. Oh my fucking god, I opened the door, and what do we have? More slime creatures. Okay. I try to pog, it doesn't work. I try to enslave, it doesn't work. Let's lamp a fire this way, so we can start getting some damage on that, I guess. We're out of hexes, unfortunately. I'm gonna blade hands, just kill this stuff. I just want to get this staircase. Hello! Hey buddy. What a guy. We immediately take almost max damage from that large rock. Cute. Let's regen. I guess that we could... Well, I almost want to just like wand of flame him and see what happens. I guess I should... Well, I don't want to untransform because he might end up next to me. Okay, here we go. Swing. Okay, kill him in one hit. S2S. That's an option, although I figured that knowing my luck, I would get one snake and it would pop into the cloud of flame. And, you know, you're right though, I should be sticks to snakesing. You created a snake. Was hoping to back block the sentinel. Yeah, that was a good hope. I just wasn't super confident something like that would happen. Okay, this is actually an unexplored staircase. So believe it or not, I'm a little scared to go up. Oh, so much unexplored still. One of acid, that's good. +2 large shield, that's pretty good. Might potion, I guess. Would a spire despawn if you threw it up in a room and then shut the door? No, but it also wouldn't attack. Almost no summons will do attacks while it's not in line of sight, as far as I know. Malign Gateway is pretty much the only exception. Technically, they will attack if they move around and they're like trying to get back to you and they attack stuff on their way home, I guess. But for the most part, you can just not expect your allies to fight unless you can see them. You miscast deflect missiles. Uh-oh. Bum, bum, bum. I don't want to cast Passage of Galubria. I want to cast Conjure Flame, or Meth Cloud rather. Are you shitting me? Okay, there we go. I was really shocked that he was able to expertly avoid my Conjure Flames. Really impressed with just how many monsters are on this Vault 1. I think this is the biggest Vault 1 I've ever seen. But it's clear now. Hey, Waifu Gate. Alright. Hey, while you're on his computer, why don't you use his credit card to subscribe to my channel? No, I'm just kidding. Oh, wait, I guess he can't hear me, can he? Reading is fundamental. Shit. Shit, shit. Stop tabbing. Put on Profire. Let's drink some heal wounds. This is terrifying. I want lamp here, but I don't have it. Drink another heal wounds. A little bit of a waste. Put on regen. Kill him with the bolt. And we'll use Spire here. I want to pop Pro Magic back on. Hey, Waifu Gate. Can you hear me? I was going to say, while you're on Wesley's computer, why don't you just click that subscribe button? Ultimate prank, right? Okay, I think we're just gonna like sustain our way through this. Have to run an authentication to get my Twitch logged in. No, 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 no. You're supposed to do it on his Twitch. That's the meme. He comes back, he's like, I'm not subscribed. But yeah, that was a cool sustain. Kind of surprised that went so smoothly, actually. Man, this is kind of dangerous. Gargoyle Gladiator of Gozag, that sounds very powerful. Really regretting building this character this way. I think that I should have just focused on getting Tornado online. We would have had it by now. It's not like a bad character, it's just kind of a little bit finicky. +8 flail, that's pretty good actually. I mean, you'll be able to use that for a while. Oh, hello, Mr. Large Shield. Can't use that shield if you're confused, bro. Yeah, after Vaults, that weapon's not going to be so good. Vaults 1 through 4 anyway. Hello. We're going to have to use our last, one of our last 2 resistances because we've got our good buddy Nicola here. Let's use Lamp of Fire. The fact that he's, yeah, we're going to use some snakes. Actually, let's open it with the Lightning Spire. And this is just to stop Chain Lightning from doing so much to me. Okay, we have snakes. They'll absorb some of the damage. Down he goes. Alright. This is real concerning. You're in Slime. Did Vaults 1 through 4 in Depths and Elf. Actually found the Flail in Elf 3. I'm shocked you haven't found anything better than that. Holy shit, this is an Iron Shot. This is a hasted Iron Shot, man. He could do like 150 damage to me. It's not incredibly likely because... Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Christ, I shouldn't fight him. I should have slouched him, but I think we have to melee him now. Let's slouch. Let's slouch just for safety. He'll die instantly. I'm so unused to playing Chei guy, especially for win rate, because it's a bad thing to do. Ancient Champion can one-shot me. It does 75 damage with the Iron Shot, but while hasted, obviously he can do it twice, so technically he could do 150. So not only could he one-shot me, he could super-duper one-shot me, which is why I used Slouch there, and I should have used it sooner. GDR doesn't help at all. GDR does not affect any ranged anything. Not even bows for that matter. Which is a little goofy. $9K gold, that's, yeah, I mean, that's just a game right there, Wesley, or Waifugate. Confused by these different accounts. Nice large rock reflect there, killed that stone giant. What am I doing? Blade hands, man. We're in melee. Wouldn't bother with shops, just use it for bribe and potion petition at that point. I agree entirely with that advice, cool guy. Although there are situations where you'd want to use shops, maybe if you really needed a certain spell. Rations too, I guess, if you're somehow running out, which does happen on occasion. Okay, Scroll of Torment. You know what I'm secretly afraid of? Is, slime. Believe it or not. Because slime can be a real bitch on Chei. I'd probably use the immolation snake trick. But guess what? No ammo. We found acquirement. Why don't we go ahead and acquire some gold? 350 points, pieces of gold. Is this 3 rune? I'm probably going to do 4 runes. That's more safe. But yeah, this is. I'm probably not going to do any 15 runes on this elliptic streak because I don't think it's super optimal usually, or really worth doing, I guess. Oh, Wes, you should watch one of my videos where I do the melee trick. It's really. I mean, I don't know if I want to use it on Chei because it's kind of dangerous, but it's pretty good. Alright, check it out. 2 bazaars are available. We have 1,500 gold now. I feel confident enough that I'm going to go into one. Alright, this is a weapon shop. I don't really care about any of this, maybe the bolts. It's a potion shop. I guess I would take some of this stuff, especially the cancellation potions. This is another potion shop. Looks like we're basically getting preps here. Buffs. Potion of magic, that's radical. Heal wounds. Summoning is so good. Yeah. Yes, it is. God damn. We have a +10 crossbow of penetration here now. That's actually worth getting. It has RC++ on it too, which is helpful. +4 int really isn't doing much for me on a Chei character. I guess we're going to use it. Alright. Alright, I'm not going to get Brilliance. I'll get the rest of this stuff. And I guess I'll get the heal wounds. I feel like we made good choices. I wanted the cancellation. Like, it's really good that we have more cancellation. Now, the consumables honestly probably are better. Like, I think that it might have been a lot more optimal for me to just not get the crossbow and get the more consumables anyway. But what am I going to give up a penetration? You know, after training up crossbows so much, am I really going to give up a +10 penetration crossbow? I know it's just a hand crossbow, but I don't know. You guys better not VOD that, by the way. Me saying that I'm not going to give up a penetration. I know that if Rock was still around, he would probably do that. Or D4G, G6, or whatever his name is now. Doing less damage against single targets. Check this out, I can kill this priest, or this sorcerer so easily. I guess I could just swap. This is so sick. Oh my god. It's going to be even cooler when I get Val Clutch online. Okay, we swapped to the flaming one so I can kill the Ogre Mage faster. Alright. So cool. Okay, that's significantly less cool now that he moved there. Wow, these are big. These are big boys. These are big boy elves. Please don't confuse me. I get confused. Okay. Curing. Take a step. Ignite. Penetration is incredibly useful right here. Although so is something as simple as Meph Cloud, apparently. There's that iron shot. But we have enough hit points that even if he had hit us with like a full LCS, we can survive. Although instead the iron shot bounced and killed him, so okay. I'll take it. What is this shit? Alright. I don't have my RC on this account on this server, and so it's not stopping me when I auto-explore into Invis stuff. That was a Shadow Wraith, I think. No. As much as I'd like to have +5 Slay, we're not gonna be running around with minus cast on a Tengu Conjurer. Sorry, game. Oh, I don't have penetration on. Let me swap that. This is actually a lot of damage possible. Damn it. Yeah, hasted Lightning Bolt, hasted Two-Headed Ogre, and then another Two-Headed Ogre. No, I got it. I'm Mr. Biggles. The +6 flaming crossbow does a little more damage probably, so I'm swapping for single targets versus things I want to penetrate through. Like here, I want to penetrate because I can hit more than one thing. Takes a little more micromanaging in combat, but I'd say it's worth it. I mean, this is just so cool that I can hit this wizard from all the way back here. Super, super safe. Waifugate is tempted to swap to axes because he knows it'll be easier, and I have to invest about the same amount of enchant brand scrolls to get a good weapon going. I mean, do you have a broadaxe available in the game? Because if so, that's the right choice. Depending on, I mean, you're a gargoyle, so it's not like you need to, it's not like your aptitudes are bad. So, like, do you have an end-game base weapon available is the thing, especially a branded one. You have a +2 broadaxe, potentially. Can you brand it? Oh, dude, no, go use that, man. Forget maces. Use the broad axe and a shield. You'll never look back. You'll love it. Best weapon in the game. Best base weapon in the game. Oh my god, I never thought I would actually enjoy using a penetration hand crossbow, but it's working out pretty damn well, I'm not gonna lie. How's my skills coming along? They're coming. You know what? We should have a spire. Joke's on you, very ugly thing. I have RC++ now. You know what we should do is, dude, Waifu Gate, yes. Yes, you should use the Shield of the Kong. That thing's beautiful. Are you kidding? Come on. Use that every game, man. The only shield I'd wear over it is maybe Shield of Resistance, depending on what I've got going. Alright, we got 10 shields now. Not exactly fully killed off the shield penalty, but enough that we can still cast our stuff, so it's good. Oh, bro, and we're going to have a Shield of Reflection soon, too. Not that it matters since we've got this amulet, but maybe we'll swap off at some point. I guess we could wear Faith and enjoy using lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of slouch. Dude, can I live through melee with him? Maybe not. I think we should snakes him. I think we should, well, keep snakesing him. Let the Spire do the work. There we go. I thought about slouching, but it turned out to be unnecessary. Can I tell the difference between Daryl and I when I'm typing, though? This is the true friend challenge. I think I would need more than like a couple of examples. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think that individual lines of text would be enough for me. Maybe. I've noticed that WaifuGate uses more emojis than you, I think. Like, you don't seem to use any emojis at all. Is that right, Wesley? Yeah, I get it. You guys are on the same account. I would like this archer to be dead. And he is. Alright, let's switch to penetration. Let's switch to blade hands. Kill stuff much faster. Looks like I'm personally flooding your chat though, so you just lurk. I mean, here's a question: why don't you just get on your why doesn't Waifu just get on his account? I don't understand. Seems like the obvious solution, right? Oh yeah, let's use penetration here. The authenticator is a bitch. Are you using Google Authenticator? Harpies are resistant to poison? I didn't know that. I guess I've never tried to meth cloud them before. That's kind of wild. The penetration crossbow is going to be huge when I go to do the rest of Elf, by the way. Doesn't he know? It's so they could eat your poison chunks back when they ate food. Harpies used to eat food? Were they basically like a weird version of hungry ghosts? That's kind of hilarious. They just like took it out of your pack. That's funny as hell. That's before my time. They would eat your ration. They would eat your rations, not just the chunks, but your rations too. So this is back in the days of like item destruction of, you know, scrolls and potions and things. I'm not so sure about that. That's questionable. All right. What do we do with this character? We have blinking. So doing Elf is much safer now. We have enchant armor, but I want to save the enchant armors for Fire Dragon scales so I can get into that trove. Obviously not doing Vaults 5 right now. This character would get murdered in there. Oh man. We also have Snake 4 to do, but that's a little questionable. This character feels oddly weak for what he is, because I've spread myself too thin. Let's just do Elf. Get a nice loot pile. I hate the fact that I don't really have resistances, you know, but we're just going to have to live with that. Crossbow will let us tear through this stuff for the most part. Penetration for groups. It's going to be a little annoying versus the archers because they do have our missile and the elementalists. You'd think that penetration would help you a little bit against repel missiles, you know? Or maybe it doesn't, I just don't know. Twitch Authy. Sounds questionable. But hey, welcome to the stream on your own account. Ration shop. Do a bit of crypt before V5. Doing crypt as sort of a stopgap when your character feels too weak to go anywhere else is usually a good choice. Oh, this is going to be so sick. I could make it even cooler if I did Lightning Spire, but I want the experience all for myself. Probably should have, though. I should have at least... You know what I should have done is I should have made a conjure flame here. Oh well. It worked out. I may not have resistances, but D-missile is going to keep me from getting hosed too much in here. Okay, let's penetrate through here. Taking out the high level. Taking out the high level annihilator, you know. Oh my god, I feel like I'm cheating. I have a newfound respect for hand crossbows. I know a lot of it's just because I'm using Chei, which gives me massive strength. Okay, fine, but no, I'm still impressed. Like, I've never seen a hand crossbow do anything like this. But I guess in Elf it's pretty smart because they don't have that much in the way of hit points, right? Or defenses. Okay, see you, Wes. Thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate it. This game really had to, like, hold my hand and force me to consider using the hand crossbow, because I normally would never do it, but it handed me, like, a really good artifact and a manual at the same time, so I'm kind of glad I went in that direction, even though I'd probably rather be using Tornado. Oh, dude, if we get one more enchant armor, we'll have +3 Fire Dragon scales, and we'll be able to go into this trove. That'll be good. Should we do the Hall of Blades? I think we should. Looks like a bit of a problem coming my way. Let's put up the Spire. I want to swap to Penetration, but I actually want to kill this Quick Blade faster. You know what, we'll swap to Penetration, alright. It's not likely to hit both, but it could. Okay, he's dead. Let's kill the mage, because he can actually do more damage to me than these guys, probably. Because resistance is GDR and things like that. I could have probably just gone Blade Hands and slaughtered this stuff. I feel like you like Maces to lair and then switch to Axes by your first S branch or something. I mean, the thing is, you could just go pure Axes, and cross-training works in such a way that you could just have a Mace in your B slot and swap to it, and you'll still be pretty good with it, enough to kill Hydras. Of course, it really depends on the character. Gargoyles with their massive AC can handle doing this and being in melee with Hydras a lot better than anybody else. Shit. This is so obnoxious, honestly. The animated weapons are the one thing that make this whole elf adventure slightly dangerous, because it's hard to hit them with the crossbow. But I guess we could, I don't know, we could probably learn something else that would help with that, but it's okay. I'm also concerned about these Blade Masters here, which can probably do quite a bit to me. However, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to slouch. He drops all the weapons out of the sky and probably does quite a lot to the Blade Master. Yeah. Put him in some flame. He doesn't seem to be doing much to me melee-wise. Maybe I'm underestimating my my defenses here. They are pretty good. I didn't think that they were hang out with a Blade Master good, though. Alright. There's some boots, but we can't wear boots because of our disgusting Tengu feet. +1 cloak, don't need that. I wish I had a -tele item. I'm a little bit worried about being in here since we could get teleported into the end vault, which would just be terrible. Although on this character I feel like we could survive if we just slouched a lot, perhaps. Exclude off the end vault. Explore the rest of the floor. Okay. Now we have digging. We actually have digging, so we could make kill holes. How are we going to deal with these lovely, lovely R-missile deep elf elementalists? Can't really kill them with the crossbow. Not very quickly, anyway. The blade hands them, but then we end up next to earth elementals. Slouch will kill my piety too fast. I mean, I guess I could just like, you know, if he hasn't seen me yet, and I start doing this, you hear a shout. I should get a chance to wreck him this way. Oh, there he is. Okay. And he didn't even ruin my kill hole. Excellent. Well, that's one. I gotta be so careful in here, though, because remember, I cannot just walk away. I can pog, which will mostly work, but... really nervous doing this on Chei. Shouting isn't working. It's not pulling anything out. I'm gonna make a preemptive pog. Alright, here we are. Not bad. We can leave anytime we want to. Bro, he is hasted. That is a hasted annihilator. I don't know exactly how he got hasted. I assumed that he had a potion, but that is ugly as hell. Let's put a spire here. It's actually Meph Cloud the Spire, so if he tries to get next to it, he has a bad time. So I'll just take a step out. Oh boy, that was dangerous. But he shot a poison arrow at us and killed himself, so I'll take it. Probably shouldn't have taken that step, though. I suspect that maybe I should have, like, lamp-fired through my through my spire. Let's put Meph Cloud here. Let's turn fire on. A lot of damage possible here. Lamp is so good with just like 10 to 15 Evo. The aim is so good on it after that. I think that the aim is always crap on it, to be honest, unless you're in a hallway. Boom, the bolt pierces through the Deep Elf Master Archer. And he dies in the flame. I love it. Kill the Deep Elf High Priest. Gonna keep taking out these big boys. A lot of damage possible. Damn it, he took my Pog. Oh, this is really bad. This is where we start slouching a little bit. And again. Did I just miscast passage? Yes, I did. Okay, up we go. Okay, we kill all this stuff. Penetration is really just tearing shit up for me. Okay. Alright, this is getting too dangerous. We're very hurt. Let's rest here. Penetration makes this so much easier though, because I don't have to worry about, you know, there's like a demonologist hiding behind a big demon. That's a scenario that's usually pretty annoying. But on this character, it's just like, you just kind of shrug and shoot through it, you know? Dude. Are you kidding me with this? Alright. Put the flame on him. He'll probably die real fast. Okay, 120 damage possible. Nope, he died instantly after hasting. Okay. I think we'll put that up. Actually, screw this. Let's Pog. Let's fail to Pog. Let's Pog for real now. Set up a preemptive Pog. Dude, if I don't stop miscasting Pog, my brain is going to explode. I guess we're going to train some translocations. Failing at 9% quite a lot. It seems like more than 9% of the time, like by far. We'll put this here. This is a little bit ugly. Okay, he tried to bolt of acid me, but I moved out of the way just in time. I'm getting Hellfire called down on me. Damn it. I'm gonna slouch. This should instantly kill the... Dude, we could get wrecked. We could get wrecked. Let's slouch again. It's almost guaranteed to kill this thing. Okay, I feel much safer now that the hasted... The dude that can do 120 damage is gone. Technically, I probably should have blinked away there. But I don't think he can... I don't think he was about to Hellfire me with the priest right there. So many big boys, man. So many big elves in here. Feels like a very densely packed elf 3. Why don't we do a preemptive Pog? Take a step. That's annoying with these crawling corpses. Step in here. Pog this way. Freaking fail miscast. Maybe I'll just... Okay, Sorcerer dies. Let's kill this crawling corpse just to be safe. A lot of damage possible from these earth elementals. You should keep flaming. Flaming is perfectly good. And you just know that it's going to become freaking... it'll become venom. Awesome. High Priest is dead. Presumably the... yeah, the Elementalist died too. He did. Spire is just broken good, man. Just solving all my problems for me. Really tears up in here. Okay, it might be a little dangerous for me to hang out in here, but... there could be a few more dudes. Amulet of Harm, no thanks. Okay, we got Tempests, Lightning Bolt, Shatter, Static Discharge. That's not stat form, so I don't really care. Amulet of Rage, useless. Alright, Grand Grimoire. Get that Malign Gateway online pretty fast, actually, with our Summoning's aptitude. Pro Cold, we don't need it. Amulet of Vitality, did I pick that up? Or did you find it? Dude, this amulet's awesome. I think I want this amulet over over Reflection. 6 Slay. That's a really good amulet. We get Sinv 2 and our Poise all the time. Can't say no to that. Now, sadly, we did not find another enchant armor, so we can't do the Trove just yet. Okay, I feel like that was a super successful elf. I only made some minor mistakes there, kind of a few risks, and I think they were all pretty measured sorts of risks to take. Now, doesn't he? You said summon XXX, which is Horrible Things is really good, but I feel like I want Eldritch Tentacle more. I know that my aptitude for translocation sucks, but I need more of it anyway, so that passage is more reliable. I mean, I don't know. Let's stop training defenses except for shields. I mean, the thing is, it's like that little Mexican girl from the commercials. Why not both? You know, the only reason I don't like Horrible Things is that it can nuke your intelligence, and if you get unlucky, you can do it a bunch of times in a row. And while I'm Chei and it doesn't really matter, I don't know. I love the fact that Malign Gateway tears up almost any single target. And the out of line of sight kills are massive, massive, massive. Yeah, Waifu Gate, you can get Controlled Blink castable with Fire Dragon Scales on. It just depends on how much skill you've got, and intelligence and strength. Mostly skill. I feel like even a low int, relatively low intelligence character could get that going. Maybe not, I don't know. But we have an Immolate now. We have Resist Corrosion. And if I pop on this crossbow, we've got RC++. So like it's it's relatively safe for us to do slime. Killing TRJ is going to be real obnoxious. All right, come on. I haven't made that much noise, and yet all this crap is coming. Should I just blade hands and fight this stuff? I think I should. Just man mode this shit. Guess I'm glad I'm immune to golden eyes, huh? So many of them right at the entrance. Oh yeah, waifu gate. Manual translocation is, I mean, I don't know, like I would be more inclined to use that to get like Malign Gateway online. But like Control Blink is good. It's good to have. The only problem with it is that it's useless in the orb run, but then you can just trade it for disjunction if you have that, and it's still pretty good. Yeah, I guess we could man mode TRJ as well if we really wanted to. You'd only get Control Blink for 15 rune games. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I would get it for 4 rune games on a very specific character, like one that's already got Malign Gateway, one that has disjunction available, so that I can do stuff in so that I can do stuff in Zot. You know. Bro, you gonna stop throwing acid blobs at me? Holy shit! What an ambush! I think we'll slouch a few times. We're our core, right? Yeah, we are. Okay. All right. Okay, that was a little scary. That was a little dangerous. It's really hard to justify getting Controlled Blink in a 3-4 room when you probably get it by Zot. That's fair. I'm just talking about, like, here's the narrow situation I have in mind. I'm like a Spriggan, okay? Let's say I'm a Spriggan. My translocations aptitude is awesome, and I have gotten tons of T-Lokes over summonings because of my aptitude situation. So I did that so I could get Malign Gateway online. Like, I have more T-Lokes than summons. I probably have Controlled Blink online super fast at that point. And I realize this is just like a really specific kind of character. Not everybody is a Spriggan, but I mean, you see where I'm going with this. But in general, I agree with you. If you want to do 15 runes every game, that sounds tiring. Okay, we're gonna penetrate through to kill the Shining Eye. Let's pull this stuff up. Man mode it. Go back down, pull this stuff up. Man mode it. Go back down. End up in kind of a bad situation. Fan of Gales, go up. Nice. Blade Hands is the shiz. Let's tear through this stuff. All right. You know, it's a perfectly good spell. It's no statue form, but it's quite nice. One of the most powerful weapons in the game, really. You gotta be so careful in here when you're worshipping Chei. Look at this bounce. Look at this cool visual. Oh man, look at that visual bug. Look at that. I'm putting my mouse over it and it's erasing. It's erasing the bolt. Okay, we let the Spire deal with that because I really don't want to get mutated on this character. We do have 5 potions of mutation, but that doesn't mean I want to burn through them, you know? Okay, let's man mode this stuff. Wow, what a floor. We need to find another downstairs. Do I have nets? Yep, I have 6 of them. And that, I may go the melee route, and normally I would on a character like this, but the fact that I'm worshipping Chei and I only have 137 hit points, I might actually be more inclined to use the MO Sticks to Snakes plan. I don't know. I guess we have 10 Tela now. This is really bad. I don't know, I think the melee route is safer than you think. Even if it doesn't seem that way always. Shitting me here? Oh my god. Look at that lamp of fire failing to hit in the right spot. This jelly is just tearing me apart. Let's blink. Let's poggity pog. Pog some more. I didn't... You know what? I'm going to pretend like I did that on purpose. Let me... a cool guy... there's a trick to it. I've never even once had that happen to me. If you set it up properly, you do have to use haste, which you'll probably be using anyway. I don't know, I guess I will. I'll see if I can't show off a melee kill on him. It's going to be a little painful on this character, though. But there's a way to... Basically, you use positioning to get him in the exact perfect spot, and then you keep a net on him pretty much all the time that he could possibly be hitting you. And if you have enough nets, I don't know, like, you'd have to get insanely unlucky for you to have a problem. You didn't know about the nets? Yeah, it's kind of crazy that that's even possible, but it sure is. Guess I'll just keep making new spires. Okay, there we go. It's probably not keeping him always netted that you're missing. Yeah, that's the tech that really makes it all work. If they made it so TRJ couldn't be netted, it would kind of ruin my super easy melee kill. But you could still probably do it. It would just be a lot more painful, and then you would run a much bigger risk of getting hosed. by the corrosion problem that you mentioned a minute ago. Well, it's 5 down. Nicely done, Wife-A-Gate. I can't believe I'm using a hand crossbow to do what I'm doing in here. it's a 31 strength hand crossbow, but still. The base damage on these things is not good. We're talking base damage 12. Actually, you know what? That's as good as a Demon Blade, so I stand corrected. That's pretty good. That's why I'm so surprised. I thought the base damage was low. I thought the base damage was like 8 or 10. Suddenly I understand why this is awesome. Cool guy, I'm swapping between them. Like the flame one almost definitely does more damage, so I swap the penetration on when I need RC++, or I need to swing and kill more than one thing at once. And yeah, slings are great in Zot. They also have base damage 12 Fustibalus, but I knew that is the thing. Like for all the time that I played Crawl, I don't think I've ever used a hand crossbow because I thought the base damage was much, much lower. Oh, slings no Fustibalus? I mean, you could make a hunting sling work. I can't imagine it would be all that fun, but you could make it work. The Fust does as much damage as a what do you call it? As a Demon Blade. Does have worse min delay than a Fustibalus. I guess that's true. What is the min delay on a hand crossbow? Yeah, it's 1.0. That's kind of garbage. Alright, so I just remembered I'm using Chei. I cannot haste here. So I think I'm going to have to show you the melee thing another time, because having haste is really crucial if you want to guarantee you won't get hit in the process of doing this. If you're really interested, hit me up on Discord later, and I'll send you a video of me doing it, because it's like there's a way you can set up the positioning where it's just like totally perfect. Hell, maybe I should go into Wiz mode and do that offline and just like make a video that's just how to kill TRJ. That'd be good. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna pog to start with. I'm gonna make a ton of these guys. I'm gonna pog again. We don't have RF. Let's keep making snakes. Okay, now. The simulation might not be enough, damn. I wanted to make a few more things show up. That's going to be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, assuming both of these things die. This might not be enough. Slouch will probably finish him, though. This is going to piss off my Spire, though. Just wand it to death or Slouch. Yeah, you're probably right. We only have one blinking, so I can't really reset this fight, although there's a staircase right here. All right, let's do it. Oh, we got a full 9. Or at least we might. Oh, he's done. He's done. All right, now I don't have a second. I don't actually have like a second immolate. So unless I want to try to slouch this bullshit to death, I feel like I should just leave. Although it would be really convenient to be able to murder all this stuff just leave. Doesn't he? Do you know how much I want to just slouch and kill this stuff? I agree with you that the smart thing to do is to leave, but we could just not have to deal with anything else on this floor. How cool would that be? And it's all fast, right? But they have your Chei man mode. I'm Chei that has 142 hit points though. I know the right thing to do is not to slouch. Like I know for a fact. I'm not slouching. Well, I might slouch from here. Because I know he can't. I'll slouch a couple times from here. Because they can't get to me fast enough. Okay, we erased it all. Most of it. Slouch one more time. I don't have enough mana. I'm okay with fighting the rest of it. That was worth the piety invest. Save me some time, you know. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wonderful. We've got a freaking dispersal trap. What should I do about this? This is a lot of crap. I'll blink away. When in doubt, have a snake party. Snakes can indeed kill jellies. And we have something like 1,000 arrows, so... let's man mode this stuff. Oh, hello, Titan boy. So slash him. Slash him again, he's dead, okay. That could have killed me, I guess, but it wasn't, probably not. My AC's probably enough to keep me from just getting one-shotted by all that stuff. Gong plus Hell Wings. I don't know what Hell Wings. I don't know what that means. Oh, the branch. Oh, okay, branches. Yeah. Hey, there's statue form. We could get stat form on pretty fast if we wanted to. Although I suspect that Malign Gateway is the right path here. Probably Amnesia off Conjure Flame. Malign Gateway's pushing up. Statue Tingle feels really weird because of the aptitude, but at the same time, man, like we're Chei, you know. I guess we could throw a robe on and probably have stat form on super fast. I'm gonna try a couple things here in a second. Let me get out of this. Let me get out of this branch. Let's grab this file of floods. Get this acquirement. Hell yeah, get this lightning rod. Alrighty. Summon butterflies. We don't need it. Let's pop on protection. Drop the resist corrosion. Ha 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 ha. That's nice. Cursed ring of teleportation, no thank you. And as if to punish me for taking my corrosion resistance off. Go do Tomb now? No. Can you please come next to me, my friend? Stop hitting my spire and go around and come for me. Okay, fine. I'll just go for it, I guess. All right. Death channel, simulacrum, petrify. Hat of magic resistance. We're not going to find something better than that on a regular hat. Another blink scroll. All right. Some cold stuff we don't really care about. Enchant armor. Well, we're going to acquire gold. Is there anything else I care about in here? Not really. Let's get to the safety of lair. And now what I want to do is I want to take off my body armor and just see, how are we on Malign Gateway? 52%. How are we on staff form? 50%. All right, so the armor isn't really the thing stopping us here. Yeah, I think the smart move here is to just irradiate. Yeah, we could go for irradiate, I guess. It feels kind of wacky, but I guess we could. I don't know, I have so many spells that I want to use and not enough spell levels. I feel like the smart thing to do is to just go straight for Malign Gateway, since that will solve all sorts of problems for me. The damage is good, and we could cast it immediately, I guess. I guess I don't need to throw flame ever again, really. Let's amnesia that off. That's the reason I didn't want to memorize it, because I knew I wouldn't be using it for that long, although I will concede it was the right thing to do. If I had more amnesia, I would be inclined to get irradiate right now, but I don't. Why don't we go see what's in that trove? Maybe it'll be scrolls, you know? Enchant armor. 1, 2, 3. It's rings. Ring of ice? No. Ring of slaying? No. Ring of ice and Arn plus? No. Ring of yesterday, RF minus, RC plus, strength plus 5, dex plus 2. No. got a lot of no here. Cursed ring of minus evasion. Am I getting memed on perhaps by this trove? Because it seems like I'm getting memed on just a little bit. Arlec, I guess, but we are gonna have staff form, so hey, plus 6 protection. All right, all right. Magic regen. The jewelry dumpster. I know, right? Magic regen might be good, but I like this Vom Neumo amulet a little bit more. Star Corrode. Nope. Guardian Spirit, no thanks. The jewelry dumpster, indeed. That was sort of a waste of enchant armors, although we did get a plus 6 ring of protection. And if we level up a little more, we'll be immune to ancient liches, I think. Tengus get really good MR. I suppose they do anyway. I think they do. So we could just wear those two, and that gives us a sweet ass plus 10 AC, and then we don't have to use this pro magic anymore. Cool Guy says, Stamp Form is probably one of my least utilized spells. I pretty much use it for extended on casters, railing popcorn, and unarmed characters, though I tend not to punch things. Personally, I think that Stamp Form is like the whole point of it is to punch stuff. Like you can cast in it, but I'd prefer to. I don't know, the damage is just so good, man. It's so hard to, pass that up. So amazing, you know. Anyway, what do we do? What do we do here? I think we go to the bazaar real quick. Got tons of money now. Orb Guardian's Regret, a distortion +5 war axe. That's actually a really solid stat stick, I'm not gonna lie. It's not worth using on this character because well, obviously we can't swap it and it's distort, so that's why we can't swap it. And we actually need to use our crossbow for the time being, so I'll ignore that. But I'm gonna protest a little bit. No, there's no minus Tele, unfortunately, and that wouldn't really protect us from getting abyssed anyway. And we'd take damage as well, which is the big thing. Alright, Book of the Dragon. I could go for Book of the Dragon. I don't need any of this other stuff. Summon Forest might be cool, but we're so close to getting Malign Gateway online, we don't really need it. I'm going to buy this summoning for sure. Fog, Vulnerability. Chainmail of Defiance. We need the MR Plus on our current. Box of Beast, alright. Staff of Wizardry is an actual option, but I don't think I need to bother with it. We'll get Book of the Dragon. Oh, I'm a big dummy. I already had Dragon Form. I guess we got Dragon's Call. Maybe we'll end up using that? Probably not. Maybe. I mean, we're going to be training a lot of summoning, and we've got Chei here, so it's okay. All right, let's focus on getting Malign online. And I guess I'm going to be using Ignite Poison still since I don't have any more amnesias. Maybe I'll be in Dragon Form before too long. 56%, wow, we could have gotten that on pretty fast. Oh well, no regrets. No regrets. Let's get out of here. I guess we could do Snake 4 now, probably. Oh right, I can be slept here. We could have died doing this. You don't really have time, do you? Or do you still need to do Vaults, Depths? What, time to get Dragon's Call online? I still need to do Vaults 5, and I still need to do Depths. So there's quite a lot of experience available. Oh no, Gateway will get online super fast. Look how quick we're getting it online. You're underestimating the power of 39 intelligence, perhaps. Okay, hold on. Which one of these is? Okay, I want the uniques. Okay, good. Pull up Isel and just waste Isel. End transformation. No, I didn't do depths. I save depths usually until the very end. And like Malign Gateway will give me a very easy way to kill orbs of fire without any kind of risk to my person. Wow, this is so much easier now. I am so glad that I left and came back. We can just tear through this with this silly little crossbow now. Why don't we go ahead and we'll enchant up the shield. Looks like a pretty nasty snake 4. Yeah, it would have been if I hadn't come back with more stuff. I mean, there's a reason why I bailed. It was too ugly. I mean, especially those 2 landings were just real stupid. Like, deeply unfair. But once you're over-leveled for it, it's much easier. And the thing is that a lot of people think that they have to do the 4th S branch floor as soon as they find it, but you really don't, you know. These electro guys are still a bit difficult. We already have Malign Gateway down to 52%. We'll just keep training. Remember, I'm still getting nerfed a little bit because of my shield. My cast rate's getting nerfed a little bit on account of that. So once we get that up, that's going to help things too. I'd like to have more resistances all the time. Hat of the Alchemist would be pretty awesome to find on this character right now. Let's penetrate. Huh. Okay. This is a bit of a problem because it's a lot of fire damage. Let's mef this stuff. How about that? Actually, let's stay out of blade hands because I want my shield badly. Much better. Need to drop some stuff. Magical power. A lot of experience left on this floor, huh? I'm tempted to MO, but I know it's not necessary. Let's just penetrate through this stuff. Actually, what the hell am I doing? I'm gonna slouch. Boom! This is all hasted. Excuse me while I man mode the entire snake end vault. Just casual Chei transmuter here, or Chei Tengu rather. Oh, I shouldn't have walked up next to this stuff. I'm still afraid of the electricity damage. And just this stuff in general. Let's blink. Let's fog. Let's regen. Let's shoot. Can't fight me. Can't fight me when I'm on the lava. Could probably have put on Arlec, but whatever. Dude, I feel like I'm cheating. Needed apportation. Died in the end vault in CSDC trying to just ninja everything. Dude, Dynast is a wizard, like in real life. I don't know how it is that he plays these stealthy characters and actually makes it work, but I've not been capable of. I don't know. He's crazy. He'll play Naga Wanderers like 20 of them in a row and actually streak them. He's got some very unique talents. That guy. Really, really impressive. But yeah, I don't really like ninjaing anything. I don't think it's a. I don't think that any challenge could possibly make it optimal. You know, it's just too. It's too unreliable, man. I mean, unless you specifically made it so you weren't allowed to kill some number of things. Like if there was like a rule for a challenge like that. Alright, we have 3 runes. Waltz 5 is available. The Malign Gateway is certainly castable with Brilliance at this point. Although we want it to be castable without Brilliance. Low-level Spriggan runs are really fun, though. It makes Dungeon Crawl feel like Brogue and for Arcana, where you just end up diving to later floors. Yeah, I'm sure it's fun. I mean, I'm not saying it's not fun. I just don't think it's like optimal, you know, because it's Dungeon Crawl is a game that kind of rewards you for farming up as much experience as possible. I mean, if you want an experience like that, at least for me, if I want to make an experience like that fun, I would do like a, what do you call it, like a turn count speed run. And then you could have a whole lot of fun. You feel like you're working, at least for me, like I have to have a goal I'm working towards. So I have to feel like I'm doing the best possible thing I could be doing. And at that point, I feel like it'd be cool because then your goal is to reduce your turns as much as possible. And ninjaing might be the right move there, you know, depending. All right, what do we do? We have Crypt open, we have Depths open, we have Vaults 5 open, although this character really doesn't want to be on Vaults 5. It's badly desiring not to be on Vaults 5, so what do we do? By the way, I should have gone Statue NATO instead of Malign Gateway. I've just decided that based on the aptitudes. Yeah, you do have to bread swing a lot, although eventually you don't have to bread swing because if you're worshipping Chei, walking becomes better than bread swinging. But yeah, it is kind of weird. Like there's weird rules to it. All right. I think that I'm probably going to end the stream here. We'll finish out Crypt next time and probably just win the game. Probably do Vaults 5 as well. By the time Crypt is done, we'll have enough experience most likely to have Malign Gateway online, but if not, we can do some Depths and do it that way. Probably we can cheese our way through Vaults 5 just with Malign Gateway. I mean that should. Shit. Whoa. Holy shit, did I get paralyzed? This is what I get for not paying attention. I guess I just swung while slow. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna stop playing now, and then walk into a death trap. Hold on a second. Let me fix this. Let me fix this horrible mistake real quick. Something is wrecking me. It was just all this crap that was around me and my bad defenses. Let's holy word. And everything dies. Alright, obviously I'm fatigued, you know, as a player. So let's call it here before I fuck up and get this thing killed. Alright, well, thanks for coming by the stream. Thanks for talking so much, cool guy. Thank you. I know that Wesley and WaifuGate are probably gone by now, but thanks for coming by anyway. Thanks everybody. So it's fun. It's really fun. But until next time, I am signing out. Did you know that there are many ways that you can help support this channel? Read about them on rosecrypto.com/support. At Rose Crypto, you can learn all about cool things like the Brave web browser, Bitcoin, and other cryptocurrencies. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe.